Good morning. We are live from the chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security, and council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit to get to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself. And finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nicoraiska, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. We will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cardinal.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the June 9th, 2025 City Council public hearing agenda meeting be adopted with the following changes. A replacement page 3.12, which is the Charter Bylaw 21097 item. That's with respect to the district plans. And item 3.35, the Charter Bylaw 21164, omnibus and text amendment to district policy and 5 district plans.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Any protocol items? I see none. And now to explanation of the public hearing. Okay, before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Now to the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you experience any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. With that, clerk, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.1 and 3.2 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21117 to amend the Kristalina Nera West Neighborhood Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21118 to allow for a range of small-scale housing and for smaller-scale parks and amenities, Kristalina Nera West?
In favor, we have Chris Davies to answer questions only. Davies Consulting Group in person. Chris, are you here? There you are. And Paul Alfonso to answer questions only. Welcome Homes in person. There you are. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.3, Bylaw 21148, to close a portion of Alley, Baldwin, and Delwood?
In favor, we have Nicole Wolf to answer questions only. City of Edmonton joining remotely.
Good morning.
Steve Schmidt to answer questions only. City of Edmonton joining remotely.
Good morning.
Craig Walwam to answer questions only. City of Edmonton remotely.
He will not be attending this one.
Okay. Jen Rutledge to answer questions only. City of Edmonton joining remotely.
Good morning.
Good morning, all. And in opposition, Gerald Billand in person. Gerald, or remotely? How about Margaret Beland in person or remote? Okay.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.4, bylaw 21150, to allow for medium-scale housing, Meadowlark Park?
In favor, we have Gagan Malhotra to answer questions only remote.
I am available.
Thank you. Sabia Mani to answer questions only joining remotely.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Songlin Pan to answer questions only. Span Architect Inc. joining remotely.
Hi, good morning. I'm here.
And Ryan York joining remotely. Ryan Jakes. Nope. In opposition, Diane Karlovic joining remotely.
Here.
Thank you. David Ballin in person or remote. David Ballin. No. Jane Herrick in person. Thank you for joining us, Jane. Robert Gould joining remote.
Yes, I am here. Gould is the name.
Gould, okay, thank you. Anton Pershi joining remote. Anton Pershi. Nope.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.5, bylaw 21149, to allow for the continued development of a comprehensively planned continuing care retirement community, Donsdale?
In favor, we have April Wojcik, Touchmark in person. Thank you. In opposition, Aaron Field joining remotely. Oh, in person, okay. Margaret Johnson, Touchmark in person.
Yes, I'm here.
You're remote, okay. Bev Flanders in person or remote? Nope. Bev Flanders. Nope. Iris Kirchner, Iris Kirchner, there you are, thank you, in person.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Items 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21129 to amend the Grange Area Structure Plan, or bylaw 21130 to amend the Granville Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 21131 to allow for a variety of commercial businesses and medium-scale housing, Granville?
In favor, Rhiannon Sons to answer questions only, Clarity Development Advisory, joining remote.
Good morning. I have a presentation.
Oh, you have a presentation, okay.
Yes.
All right. And David Onishenko to answer questions only, Clarity Development Advisory, in person or remote.
I am remote today, and I do have a presentation as well.
Okay. David Ben Gestorf to answer questions only, Eldred Land, remote.
Good morning. Yes, sir. I'm here remotely.
Thank you. And in opposition, Chris Benson, joining remote.
Good morning.
Thank you. And Justin Pang, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 21144, to amend the city plan?
No one is in favor and no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.10, Bylaw 21193, to allow for an existing year-round 24/7 shelter to continue operating, Macaulay?
In favor, we have Linda Campers to answer questions only, Mustard Seed, in person. Here you are. Trisha Smith, Mustard Seed, Radius Community Health and Healing, remote.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm here remotely and I have a presentation.
Okay. And Sienna Chesney Chauvet, Mustard Seed, Radius Community Health and Healing, in person. There you are. Thank you. Presentation, got it. Jasmine Nath, to answer questions only, Mustard Seed, Radius Community Health and Healing, in person. Jacob Van Nest, to answer questions only, Alberta Health Services, in person. Thank you. James Gardner, Mustard Seed. Thank you. Presentation, thank you. Megan Shuring, Mustard Seed, in person. Thank you. Presentation as well. Samantha Lowe, to answer questions only, Mustard Seed, remote.
Good morning, present.
Thank you. And in opposition, Benjamin Furland, in person or remote. Benjamin Furland? No. Aaron Bajorndl? Aaron Bajorndl, in person or remote? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Kathleen Quinn? There you are. Thank you. Ray Bailey, in person. Thank you. Ping Chen, thank you, in person. Phil O'Hara, in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 311, bylaw 20996, to adopt a new North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan?
Linda, I'll come to you. Kyle Sholey, in person. Thank you. Linda Duncan, in person, from North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society. Dennis Thomas. Okay.
I'm here remotely, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Elise Shillington, Build Edmonton Metro, in person or remote?
I'm online. Good morning.
Good morning. Francesco Moseco, to answer questions only, Radius Community Health and Healing, in person on this item? Okay, that's 310. Okay, we'll change that. Arlene, can we change that to okay. All right. And in opposition, Raquel Firo, remote.
Thank you.
Keisha Kerr, Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, Northern Alberta Chapter, in person or remote. Keisha Kerr. Nope. Insh Gulati.
Hi, I'm
And
here
Shulati.
remotely. I will be joining for a presentation.
River Valley Conservation, okay. Patsy Cottrell, remote or in person?
Here, remotely.
Thank you. Mandeep Chahal, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote or in person? Mandeep Chahal. Nope. And Ryan Jakes, remote.
Yes, good morning, and here for 3.4.
Are you also signed for 311, 311?
Yes.
Okay, so both. So can we mark on 3.4 as well, please? Joe Yurkovich, Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, in person. There you are. Thank you. Eric, can you please mute yourself? Okay, thank you. Chris Beckhard, Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance. Thank you. Chantal Koenig.
Hello, good morning.
Thank you. Matt Edwards, Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, in person or remote?
I'm remote, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Christine Kowalchuk, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote. Christine Kowalchuk. Okay. Eric Gormley. Eric, we should.
Yeah, remotely.
Thank you. And Miranda Jimmy, remote.
Yes, present.
Thank you. So that is it for that item.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.12 and 3.13 and 3.14 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 210297 to amend the Horse Hill, Northeast, North Central, Southeast, Millwoods and Meadows, Scona, and West Henday District Plans, or Bylaw 21100 to amend the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine System Protection Overlay, or Bylaw 21099 to amend the Edmonton Energy and Technology Park Area Structure Plan?
In favor, we have Dennis Thomas, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person.
I'm here remotely, Mr. Mayor.
Remotely, okay, thank you. No one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.15, Bylaw 21171, to allow for a range of small-scale housing and a public utility corridor, the orchards at Ellerslie?
In favor, we have Carl Millers to answer questions only. Schaefer's Andrew, in person. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Peter Sukelis to answer questions only. Brookfield Residential, remote. Peter, are you there? And April Fozak, Touchmark, in person. That's not, probably not. Not on this one, right? Okay, yeah. No worries, thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.16, Bylaw 21172, to allow for light industrial and small commercial businesses, Calgary Trail North?
In favor, Andrew Olson to answer questions only. EINS, in person, thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Items 3.17, 3.18, and 3.19 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21190 to amend the Southeast Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21191 to amend the Matson Neighborhood Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21192 to allow for a range of small-scale housing, Matson?
In favor, we have Bladen Dibben to answer questions only. Select engineering consultants, in person, thank you. PJ Pascard to answer questions only. Melcor Developments Limited, in person, thank you. And Scott LaBuke to answer questions only. Melcor Developments Limited, thank you. No one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.20 and 3.21 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21182 to amend the Goodridge Corners Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21183 to allow for the protection of natural areas, smaller scale parks, small and medium scale housing, community, and light industrial and small commercial business uses, Goodridge Corners?
In favor, we have Om Joshi to answer questions only. WSP Canada joining remotely.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Neil Ozaduk. Neil Ozaduk to City of Edmonton, in person. Thank you. Janice Lee to answer questions only, City of Edmonton in person. No one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.22, 3.23, and 3.24 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21187 to amend the Edmonton North Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 21188 to amend the Chauncey Neighborhood Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21189 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, a neighborhood-scale mixed-use development, and to support conservation of natural areas with passive recreation opportunities? Chauncey.
In favor, Amy Stewart to answer questions only, Chef Andrew in person. Good morning. And Wade Wicker to answer questions only, Wicker Development Management, Inc. in person. And Romeo Diol to answer questions only, Emmerich in person. He'll be joining you later to answer questions only. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.25, Bylaw 21178, to allow for single detached housing that have front driveways and enhanced front yard landscaping, Laurier Heights?
In favor, Mon Rossetti, Investic Consulting in person. Okay. Presentation, thank you. Stephen Yu to answer questions only, Investic Consulting in person. Thank you. And Claudia Rasnak to answer questions only, Investic Consulting in person. Okay, later? Okay. No one is in opposition. So you still want to make a presentation? If there's no one in opposition, then you don't. Right? If not selected, okay, got it, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.26, Bylaw 21173, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Belgravia?
In favor, Jacob De Wong, joining remotely. Jacob De Wong. Nope. Jarek Connors, joining remotely.
Good morning. I have one presentation to cover 26, 27, and 28, and if it's not of council interest or no opposition, I can withdraw.
There's a lot of people signed in opposition. Okay.
All right.
No, please, no expressions of in any way. William Yen to answer questions only. Everfor Studio. Thank you. Ryan Jakes.
Still here.
Thank you. In opposition, we have Catherine Collar in person. Catherine Collar or remote. Lauren Wenzel in person or remote. Lauren Wenzel. No. Rob Kearns, remote.
Present.
Thank you. Nicole Klein, remote or in person. Felix Meyer Stephenson, remote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm remote.
Thank you. Sherry Kowalchuk, remote. Sherry Kowalchuk. Philippa Armstrong, remote. There you're in person, okay. Sarah Cooper.
Remote.
Present. Thank you. Connor Glenn, remote. Connor Glenn. No. Joyce Bolton, remote. Joyce Bolton. No. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.27, bylaw 21174, to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, Belgravia?
Some of the same people assigned for the, well, I'll read their names into the record. In favor, Jacob DeWong, remote. Jacob, are you there? No. Jarek Connors, remote.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. William Ian to answer questions only. Ever for Studio. In person, yes. And Ryan Jakes.
Present.
Thank you. Catherine Collar, in person or remote? No. Rob Kearns, remote or in person?
Remote.
Thank
Present.
you. Mariam Rezavi, remote? Mariam Rezavi, remote or in person? No. Jesse Parmar, remote or in person? Jesse Parmar, no. Daniel Siberian, remote or in person? Daniel Siberian, no. Haiti Kafea, Harry Cafe IE. No. Mohsen Madaris. Mohsen Madaris. Remote.
Yes,
There
yes,
you are.
he's,
Thank
he's
you.
present.
Thank you. Nicole Klein. Remote. Oh, there you are in person. No worries. Thank you. Felix Muir Stephenson.
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you. Shri Kowalchuk.
Yes, she'll be there.
Thank you. Philippa Armstrong. Thank you. Yep, no worries. Sarah Cooper.
Present remote.
Thank you. David Ridley, in person or remote?
Remote, Mr. Mayor,
Thank
present.
you. Joyce Bolton. Joyce Bolton. Okay. Okay. To the next one, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.28, bylaw 21184, to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, Belgravia?
Jacob DeWong. Jacob, you signed on for this one too? Maybe not. Okay. Carrie Paulina. Caremore Properties, in person. Thank you. Presentation, okay. Alison Rosland, Situate Inc. in person. Thank you. Yeah. Jarek Connors, joining remotely.
Morning.
Okay. And Ryan Jakes.
Present.
Thank you. In opposition, Rob Kearns.
Present.
Thank you. Nicole Klein. Thank you. Felix Muir Stephenson.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Shri Kowalchuk.
Yes,
Thank you. Ruth Bonneville, in person or remote? Okay, can join us later, okay. Philippa Armstrong. Philippa Armstrong, thank you. Sarah Cooper.
Present.
Thank you. David Ridley.
Present, thank you.
Joyce Bolton. Thank you. All right. Next one, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.29, bylaw 21176, to allow for the continued use of the Union Bank Inn, a municipal historic resource, and opportunities for patio space and other outdoor activities downtown?
In favor, David Horlick. To answer questions only, Union Financial Corporation, remote or in person. David Horlick, are you there? No. Yolanda Liu, to answer questions only, Stantec, remote.
Good morning.
Good morning. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.30 and 3.31 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21194 to close an alley, Cromdale, or bylaw 21195 to allow for medium-scale housing, Cromdale?
In favor, Barbara Reed, Reed Architect Limited, remote.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I'm remote.
Terry Collier, 3 Robbins Borden Park Partnership. Thank you. Ryan Jakes.
Present.
Thank you. And in opposition, Lori Raquel in person or remote.
Present.
Thank you. Debbie Bocabella in person or remote. There you are. Thank you. Okay. Next one, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.32, bylaw 21196, to allow for medium-scale housing, Otwell?
In favor, Kent Dixon, Bramer Baptist Church in person or remote.
Remote, Mayor.
Thank you. David Hall, Bramer Baptist Church in person or remote. David Hall.
David is here, but remotely.
No worries. Rhiannon Sons, Clarity Development Advisory in person or remote.
Remote. Hi.
Thank you. In opposition, Beverly Lucier, on behalf of Christopher Head, joining remotely.
Christopher Head is here.
Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Brian Kelba, joining remotely.
I'm on remote.
Thank you. Next one, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.33, bylaw 21177, to close a portion of 101A Avenue Northwest, Judy Padua Way, downtown?
In favor, Trent Portigal, to answer questions only, City of Edmonton in person. Okay. Neil Osaduk, to City of Edmonton in person. You're there. Janice Lee, to answer questions only, City of Edmonton. You are. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.34, bylaw 21167, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Calder?
In favor, Aman Hamid, remote.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. I also have a presentation.
And no one is in opposition. So you still want to make a presentation if selected?
If selected, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.35, Charter Bylaw 21164, Omnibus Text and Map Amendments to the District Policy and 5 District Plans?
Okay, no one is in favor and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. And finally, is there anyone here to speak to item 3.36, bylaw 21180, to allow for medium-scale housing, Newton?
No one is in favor. And in opposition is Melissa Hansen, Newton Community League, joining remotely.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here.
Thank you. And Sonia Sabon in person or remote? Sonia Sabon.
Mayor Soe, we do have one more registered speaker for this item in opposition,
Okay.
Les Patterson, in person.
Is Les Patterson here? Thank you. Okay. If you have any questions, please come down to the clerk. And if there's any other people want to register on this, please come down to the clerk. We'll enter your name to the record. Thank you. Okay, that is it. All right. Okay, that was longest record into the bylaws. Okay. All right. Let's go through the selection now. All right. Selection for bylaws.
Mr. Chair,
And go slow. All right. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
I'll select item 3.4, 3.5,
3, 4, 3, 5.
3.6, 3.7, and 3.8, which are all together. Those are the Granville items. And I understand Councillor Stevenson has questions on item 3.25, and I will select that on her behalf.
3 to 5. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will select items 3.1 and 3.2.
Just hold on. 3.1 and 3.2.
And item 3.3.
3.3. Okay.
And item 3.9.
3.9. Okay.
And item 3.22.
3.22.
3.23.
3. Okay.
And 3.24.
3.24. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll select 3.34.
3.34. Councillor Jans.
thank you. If I want to select items for the sake of postponement, should I do that now?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll select 326, 327, 328.
So 326, 327, 328. Okay.
And when would you like the postponement?
Once we have gone through I'll come to that. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. 330, 331,
330, 331.
332, and 336.
336. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like to select item 310.
Oh. 310.
And I'll select 311 and 312. Yep, starting the cross-referenced. So
So that's
311,
311, 312, and 313, right? And 14. Okay, just to confirm, I'll actually go through the items that have not been selected. Uh, Three 3.15 is not selected. 3.16 is not selected. 3.17 is not selected. 3.18 is not selected. 3.19 is not selected. 3.20 is not selected. And 3.21 is not selected. And 3.29 is not selected. 3.33 is not selected. And 3.35 is not selected, right? Okay, got it. All right, with that, Councillor Cardmell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.15, 3.16, 3.17, 3.18, 3.19, 3.20, 3.21, 3.29, 3.33, and 3.35.
Second.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Rice?
Yeah, I'm yes. I don't know why it did not show up. I already voted.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21171, bylaw 21172, bylaw 21190, bylaw 21191, bylaw 21192, bylaw 21182, bylaw 21183, bylaw 21176, bylaw 21177, and charter bylaw 21164.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Cardmell. Okay, now there is a desire to postpone 3.26, 3.27, 3.28. So we can bring them forward now, right?
That's correct.
So Councillor Jens, you want to move to bring them forward?
Very much so.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Do we need to bring them individually or can we do them all together?
We can do them all together.
Okay, so to bring all of them forward.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that the following items be postponed to the August 18th, 2025 City Council public hearing. 3.26 bylaw 21173 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing Belgravia. 3.27 bylaw 21174 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing Belgravia. 3.28 bylaw 21184 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing Belgravia.
Second.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay, can you explain why?
Yeah, so in April, we passed a motion, I believe the mayor was absent at that meeting, but we as council passed a motion with changes to the 2526 modifiers that administration would prepare amendments to district policy bylaw, section 25 land use and the zoning bylaw to limit opportunities to review the general purpose for the RSM zone outside of nodes and corridors. And there's a number of pieces around that would be coming forward to our public hearing on June 30th. So given the fact that, you know, we're going to be having a conversation about the zones greater than, or the impacts of the small upzonings outside of the RS zone, the fact that this is coming in June 30th, the fact that there'll be some interplay here, it just makes sense to pause a little bit and have that first conversation before we have this conversation here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to our legal counsel, and it's perfectly fine for us to postpone these.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Jan's raised this with me, and this makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any objections to postponement? Sorry, question, Councillor Knack?
Sorry, yeah, just I wasn't able to click on for a moment. I guess I just want to double check with administration because I think overall I understand why we'd want to do this. Do you view like all three applications the exact same way? Because I think even within the applications, there's some that are within a certain range of, say, the LRT versus others that aren't. But in terms of the motion that was passed, that would still include all three of these locations, right?
Yeah, the motion is asked administration to look at the RSM zone general purpose, as well as how policy would influence or help administration review files from anything to RSM. So yes, these files would definitely.
So you would treat them all the same way, recognizing the motion that was passed by council to do that review?
We would, any new policy that we would bring forward on June 30th would be used to evaluate these applications.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So anyone who was signed to speak in favor or in opposition on items 3.26, 3.27, 3.28 joining virtually or here in person, those items have been postponed to August 18th public hearing. Thank you. Any other postponements or any other changes? Sorry, Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I'm not able to click on to eScribe. Oh, now it allowed me. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, I would like to also make a motion for the same reason, because we will be, yeah, sorry.
Which item?
It is item I'm not sure if I would need to move all three items, 3.22, 3.23, 3.24.
They're cross-referenced, yeah.
Because they're cross-referenced?
Yeah.
Would that not be, I'd like to ask administration a question on that.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Just the question is, I see some shaking heads, so I would like you to explain the difference.
Yeah, the RSM zone is largely applied in the redeveloping area. These applications are in the developing area, and there's no RSM involved within these.
There's no RSM?
There is no RSM in these three items. There's RSF, there's RM, but there's no RSM.
Difference being that these are in the new areas, not in the redeveloping areas.
So-
Correct.
So the motion that was passed, was that only in redeveloping areas?
The motion that was passed directed administration to look at the RSM zone as one part, and then the second part was to look at the district policy and to limit the application of the RSM zone. But the RSM zone is largely applied in the redeveloping area.
Mr. Danju, can you please put yourself on remote? Oh, you are actually, someone else was not. Okay, I'll phone. So they're not applicable then, right?
If we're talking about 322 to 324, those are in Shawnee, and those are
Correct.
the developing area. And RSM is not contemplated as part of the rezoning in those applications.
Right, RSM is not RM, so it wouldn't be relevant because it's RM and not RSM?
Correct.
Oh, boy.
That'll be the conversation
Yeah, that's.
on June 30th. Yeah. I think June 30th,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Principe. Any others? No? Okay. Okay. We're going to start with items that were postponed at May 7th, 2025, City Council public hearing. And we're going to start with item 3.1 and 3.2. They're both cross-referenced, bylaw 21117 to amend the Crystaltina Nira West Neighborhood Structure Plan, and 21118 to allow for a range of small housing and small-scale park amenities is Crystalina Nira West. Okay. Councilor Principe, do you need a presentation from administration?
Yes, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. This application proposes a rezoning in the Crystalina Nara West neighborhood from Parks and Services, or PS zone, to the Small Scale Flex Residential, or RSF zone. The application also proposes a shift in land zoned to the Neighborhood Parks and Services zone, or PSN zone. This proposal would allow for a small increase to the low-density residential lands, an adjustment to the planned greenway, and a slight decrease in the land allocated for a future school or park site. The application also includes a proposed amendment to the Crystalina Nara West Neighborhood Structure Plan to align with the proposed rezoning. Next slide, please. The site is located along the southern edge of the Crystalina West neighborhood, near the future intersection of 174A Avenue and 76th Street. The site is anticipated to be along a cul-de-sac near this intersection. To the north of the site is a future park and planned public school site. To the east is low-density residential and a previously constructed greenway. Lands to the south and west are planned to be developed as low-density residential with a greenway connecting to nearby parks. Bus service is available near the site along Crystalina Nara Drive Northwest and Shaughnessy Drive Northwest. A number of shared pathways and neighborhood park spaces are also available near the site. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to Edmontonians using advanced mail notices, site signage, information on the city's webpage, and one-on-one communication with residents. We heard from 11 citizens, with 1 in support, 8 in opposition, and 2 with questions only. The concerns heard included the following: that the maximum height and potential for multi-unit dwellings in the RSF zone is out of scale with the area. The development will increase traffic congestion and reduce the safety of the neighborhood roadways. And the proposal removes long-awaited community green space. The person in support noted the proposed reduction in the park space in the final application was much improved over the initial request by the applicant. Next slide, please. Key changes in this shift include a shift in the park uses to residential uses, a decrease in the maximum height from 16 meters to 12 meters, a maximum site coverage of 55%, and reduced setbacks. Lands planned for a greenway under the PSN zone are proposed to be shifted but not removed. Next slide, please. The amendment to the Crystalina Nara West NSP proposes to adjust the land use classification in the south portion of the neighborhood. The reclassification proposes a slight increase to the area allocated for low-density residential and the Greenway Municipal Reserve. A slight decrease to the municipal reserve land allocated for School Park is also proposed. These changes will not impact the usability or programmability of the site. With the proposed changes, the number of residential lots in the neighborhood is projected to increase by 1 unit with no change to the existing densities in the NSP. Next slide, please. The Northeast District Plan identifies the subject site within a developing area with open space, current, and urban mix land uses. The proposed amendments and rezoning conforms to the anticipated development patterns for the area. The Edmonton North Area Structure Plan, or ASP, identifies the site for residential development with a greenway located in the vicinity. The ASP calls for an area with a wide park system that is connected through greenways and walkways. The proposed bylaw aligns with the core objectives and intentions of the NSP. The NSP is currently over-dedicated with regard to municipal reserve land, so the small loss in green space helps to bring it back into balance while maintaining the importance of the neighborhood's greenway network for neighborhood identity, as well as pedestrian, cycling connections, naturalization, and ecological connectivity. The application intends to maintain the width of the east-west greenway. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it conforms with the city plan, allows for continued development of Crystalina Narrow West, and maintains a planned habitat greenway within the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I will see if Chris Davies and Paul Alfonso, are there questions to them? No? Any questions to folks in favor? There are? Okay. Okay, we'll go to questions to Chris Davies and Paul Alfonso. No? Okay. Okay. I don't see any questions to them. Okay, questions to, there's no one in opposition. Questions to administration. Councilor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think administration can likely answer these questions. If not, then I'll go to the those who are here in favor. So my question is, or questions, on slide 4, there's a red box there, which makes it look like that whole area is being rezoned. I just wanted to clarify, it is not the entire area that's being rezoned. Is that correct?
Apologies, that area is not being rezoned. That's the area that the bump out is intended to accommodate developing. We thought the added detail would provide a little bit more information. I know sometimes trying to accommodate these weird bits can be hard to conceptualize.
Right, right. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not a rezoning of that. Whether or not this passes here today, there will still be development in that area.
Correct. It's currently zoned as RSF, and the majority of that area will remain RSF, except for on the left-hand side. If clerks could pull up slide 4, I think that would help clarify this. So those are the two tiny areas there. And on slide 4, you can see them on the left. And one of them is, I think that's slide 2. 2 more. Excellent, thank you. So the one on top is going from what was a school or park zone into that greenway to make sure we still have the width that we need to accommodate the greenway. And then the bottom one going from what was greenway to be this single detached to allow for that cul-de-sac to exist.
Right, so it was to accommodate a cul-de-sac in that area.
Correct.
And then the maximum height, is the maximum height being changed if this passes?
Not in the developing area. The only height that's changing is, again, that tiny sliver on the school area would be reduced.
Okay, but not in that red box?
Not in that big red box.
So the only change here with this bylaw passing is that little blip there, not the area in the red box,
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Principe. Any other questions to administration? See none. Any questions to administration or folks in favor? Any new information arising out of the previous conversation? I don't see any. We are ready to close the public hearing on these two bylaws.
Mr. Mayor, I will move closure of public hearing on items 313233, or no, 3132, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of items 3.1 and 3.2, please.
Second.
Okay, we have the first reading on the floor for these two bylaws. Anyone to speak?
Yes.
I am so sorry, I'm talking about any council members to speak because we already closed the public hearing on the bylaw. Any concluding remarks that council members want to speak? Okay. Is Councillor Paquette on the line? No. Okay, yeah. Okay, any council members to speak? No, Councillor Knack to close, sorry. Okay, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So from the answers that I received today, I am intending on voting in favor of this. From my understanding, it's going to possibly increase by 1 unit simply because it will allow the accommodation of a cul-de-sac in the area. And it's not going to increase the maximum height in that area. So I understand the concerns of the residents that are living within the area. However, I don't see that these bylaws themselves are going to impact the concerns that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack to close? No, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 3.1 and 3.2.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on items 3.1 and 3.2.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21117 and bylaw 21118.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Next is 3.3, bylaw 21148, to close portion of Alley, Baldwin, and Delwood. This was also postponed from May 7th, 2025 public hearing. Okay, I'm going to go to administration to make a presentation because we have folks in opposition as well.
Thank you. This application proposes to close 3 alleyways in the Baldwin and Delwood neighborhoods. The proposed closure areas would remain as road right-of-way, would be closed to traffic. The closures are necessary for the completion of Building Great Neighborhoods, or BGN, collector renewal work along 132nd Avenue, planned for 2025. Next slide, please. The 3 alley closures are located next to 132nd Avenue or service roads adjacent to it. The proposed closures are intended to enhance safety and reduce traffic conflicts. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using the city webpage, mailed notices, and one-on-one communication. 6 respondents were heard from, all in opposition, with concerns about limiting access to the alleys. Concerns were also raised about the larger 132nd Avenue renewal project, including traffic congestion, loss of parking, and pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. The applicant will be required to include a physical barrier such as bollards at the limit of the road closure areas to prevent vehicle traffic through the closure areas. Next slide, please. Administration supports the proposed bylaw because it facilitates active transportation infrastructure, which aligns with the city plan target of having 50% of trips made by transit and active transportation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll see if folks in favor, Nicole Wolf, Steve Schmidt, and Jen Reg, do they have a presentation or not? I don't.
No, just here for answers.
Questions? Okay, no. Any questions to folks in favor? Councilor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. I heard from city administration that with the road closures, there would be bollards put up. Would that be the resolution to this, to closing? How do we close the road? What would go in its place? Do we just put bollards up there?
Yeah, I can take that. So the roadway itself would be removed with sort of a connection to the rest of the active transportation corridor along 132 Ave, and then bollards in its place. And really the intent of the bollards would just be to ensure that vehicles aren't sort of still making and navigating that access, to make sure that they can't fit through there.
And is that the usual process? Maybe that might be a
Yes,
question for administration, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's typical for a road closure like this.
Okay. Is there any way to do something a little less unsightly, like some way to activate the space as opposed to oh, sorry, I'm looking at administration. Maybe I'm asking speakers right now. I'm not sure if you can answer a question like that or if that should be to administration.
They're the proponents, so you ask them, city.
Sorry, Councilor Principe, just to sort of clarify, you're looking for information related to activating the space more?
Well,
do I understand?
Just when you close a road and just to put the bollards up, I'm just not sure if that's the best. If that's the best process. If there's another way, there's no other way. We just put up a blockade basically to stop traffic, and that space just remains open.
So Councillor Principe, it's typically not like the Jersey barriers, the cement ones. It's typically those ones that turn so that people can mow the lawn and do all of those things there. So they're not terribly unsightly and they're not very blocking, and they still allow pedestrian access back in and out of that area is our typical construction on this.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And then what about emergency vehicle access? I know there were some concerns about that. I'm guessing fire, rescue, police service are included in discussions when there are road closures?
Yeah, they're circulated on all of our designs. And then typically these alley closures, the next entrance is within the block. So it's a very short distance that would have to be traveled, and they are aware of that from a circulation process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Principe. Any other questions to folks in favor? I see none. I'll check if folks signed up in opposition are here. Gerard Beland or Margaret Beland? Okay, they are not here. Okay. Any questions to administration? Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to ask you kind of the same questions that I had asked of the speakers in favor. I'm trying to get an understanding. So there will still be access for pedestrians to go through that space, is that correct? Is that the intention?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so with the purpose of closing this is for safety reasons, is that correct?
It is part of the collector rehab project, so it's not just an isolated closure that is happening. It's part of the larger project that is the rehab of the entire collector, and that is being reviewed from a multimodal perspective, whether it is repurposing the road right-of-way, whether looking into the active modes connectivity. So this is part and parcel of that bigger picture.
Okay, I don't think it's a secret that I haven't been supportive of that design. However, I do have a concern, and this is not my expertise, I do have a concern of ensuring that the safety is a priority. So I need to know that this is absolutely, like the purpose of this. Is this absolutely necessary to ensure safety?
That's correct.
Councillor, the closure of the lanes reduces the vehicle and pedestrian interactions. There are still vehicle access throughout that span. And in terms of emergency vehicles, part of the road closure application process is to circulate to emergency services. And again, they don't have concerns about the accesses that remain. So the safety is maintained.
And maybe if I can add, emergency vehicles don't use alleys. They only use the local roads and the collectors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I thought I'd maybe just dig into that safety question a little bit more. I, was biking with my 5-year-old yesterday. And so when I think about these crossing points, it's like when she has to stop her bike and look and check for cars. And so these alley closures just sort of reduce those instances. So it's a longer stretch. Still, there's still roads that have to be crossed, but you're not sort of having those mid-block conflict points. Is that?
Yes, it's primarily optimizing those conflict points.
Great. So when those alleys are closed, again, pedestrians could cross them, could go through them, but again, a 5-year-old on a bike can just kind of have a clear shot down that whole block without worrying about any traffic conflict points?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration, to the folks in favor on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. I do not see any. Can someone move to close the public hearing, please?
Yes, I'll move closure of the public hearing on item 3.3.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.3.
Second.
We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I was saying when I was asking questions of administration, I don't think it's a secret that I wasn't fond of the design from the people I represent, not fond of the design of 132 Ave. However, we're here where we are. Council has supported it. And now I feel it's my responsibility to make sure that safety is a top priority here. Now that we are progressing or going ahead with this design, we have to ensure the safety of the people using the infrastructure. So I plan to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Anyone to Councillor Stevenson to close?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think, I really appreciate those comments from my colleague, and I think sometimes in the past, in the far past, some compromises have been made on some of our infrastructure that has sort of been the worst of all worlds, in that it's there, but not providing full safety. So really, really appreciate that. And yeah, I think, again, it may seem like a small thing, but again, having biked with my little one last night, you know, it's just every time there's that driveway, there's just a little bit of stress. Is she going to stop in time? Is there going to be a conflict? So really pleased that we can minimize that as much as possible moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21148.
Please vote.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right, okay. All right. We are carrying on to item 3.4 and 3.5 cross-referenced bylaw 211. 1 and 3. Oh, yeah, right there. Sorry. 3.4, sorry. Bylaw 21150 to allow for medium-scale housing in Meadowlark Park. This was also postponed from May 7th, 2025, City Council public hearing. This was exempted by Councillor Hamilton. Let me see. There are a number of speakers in opposition as well, so we will go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Meadowlark Park neighborhood from small-scale residential zone to the medium-scale residential zone with a height modifier of 16 meters. Next slide, please. Located on a corner lot, the site is well connected to a variety of amenities and services that can be reached within 5 minutes walking. This includes bus service along 163rd Street and 95th Avenue, future district connector bike routes on 163rd Street and 95th Avenue, Jasper Place Sports Complex and Leisure Center, commercial amenities at 163rd Street and 95th Avenue, intersection, and numerous open spaces and school sites. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard feedback from 20 residents, 18 of whom were in opposition and 2 who were in support. Some of the main concerns included existing traffic and parking congestion, infrastructure that might be insufficient to support additional density, building height, the potential for increased crime. Residents in support of the proposal are of the view that the location is ideal for additional density and that the proposed redevelopment will renovate the site, which has long been in disrepair. Next slide, please. In the Jasper Place District Plan, the site is designated as urban mix and meets the district policy to support low-rise. Additionally, the proposed rezoning aligns with the city plan's Big City Move, a community of communities, by providing the opportunity for more people to easily complete their needs within 15 minutes of home. Next slide, please. When compared to the current RS zone, the proposed RMH16 zone would allow for an overall larger building footprint. The slide shows the massing models of the two zones for visual comparison. Though this scale of development is to be expected at the edge of the neighborhood along an arterial road and on a corner lot, the site has the added benefit of being surrounded on three sides by either roads or a lane, helping to buffer and ultimately offset impacts to surrounding properties. Additionally, the proposed RM16 zone requires an interior setback of 3 meters, which is larger than the 1.2 required in the existing RS zone. This can also help reduce impacts to the abutting property. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. It complies with the district policy to support low-rise development in an urban mix, and it enables people to easily complete their daily needs within close proximity to open spaces, school sites, a sports complex, and transit services. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we'll go to folks in favor. We'll see if they have presentations. Gagan Malhotra to answer questions only. Sabia Mani to answer questions only. Songlin Pan to answer questions only. I will also check if Ryan Jakes is there as well, right?
Yes,
Thank
here.
you. Okay, do any of you have, like Gagan, Sabia, and Songlin, do you have a presentation?
No, we are here only for questions.
No worries. And Ryan, do you have a presentation to make?
No, just speaking.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the proposed rezoning in Meadowlark Park. My name is Ryan Jakes, and I'm a 24-year-old born and raised Edmontonian. So, as we all know, Edmonton has a rapidly growing population, and we
Okay, we are sorry, Ryan. You are losing connection.
Oh, my apologies. I think I had some computer issues.
Yeah, go ahead. Now we can hear you now.
Sounds good. Thanks. I'm not sure exactly where I was when I left off, but yeah, Edmonton has a rapidly growing population, and we have to decide how to grow in a responsible and sustainable manner. And downtown does have a role to play in this, but I don't think we can put all our eggs in one basket. And quite frankly, it's hard to argue against this lot as a prime spot for gentle density and missing middle housing. It's a boarded up, abandoned house on the corner of an arterial road and a collector road, and even has a bus stop right in front. And not only that, according to Google Maps, it's just a 13-minute walk to the future Meadowlark Valley Line West LRT station. And of course, a major high school and recreation center are directly across the street, which would also help make a 60-meter or lower height blend in with the area. This is the exact kind of location that most Edmontonians are screaming for more housing to go, on a main corridor instead of mid-block, and in a transit-oriented location, so Edmontonians have a reasonable opportunity to live car light or even car free. One of the main concerns appears to be traffic congestion. It's important to note any traffic created by development here would be absolutely dwarfed by the regular flow of traffic on 163rd Street, as well as the existing high school and rec center. If traffic congestion is a big problem in this area, then the solution is upgrading the intersection for increased safety and better traffic flow, not denying Edmontonians housing in a housing crisis. As for complaints about parking, honestly, I don't think there's much merit to that. I don't deny that public parking on the street is scarce in the immediate vicinity at some times, being so close to, again, a high school and rec center. But that is exactly what street parking is: public, paid by all Edmonton taxpayers for all Edmonton taxpayers. I did a count on Google Maps satellite view, and out of the nearby houses that residents of a new development might want to park in front of, only one house at 16205 92nd Avenue does not have a driveway and/or a garage. There's clearly ample private parking in the area, and if residents choose to compete for public spaces instead of utilizing their own private space, that is up to them. I can understand parking concerns in places like Strathcona, where density is much higher and private spaces can be harder to come by, but it is simply not the case in Meadowlark Park. I also do realize that this is often an emotionally charged subject, especially for established homeowners with deep neighborhood roots. But please also consider that this housing would make space for your fellow Edmontonians to build a home and a life that they can grow into and thrive in, and make valuable contributions to your evolving community as your neighbor.
Thank you. Questions? Questions, colleagues? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, for Songlin Pan.
Questions for
Songlin Pan.
Songlin Pan.
Yeah. Are you on the line? Songlin Pan?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes, I am. Yes.
I'm guessing because you identified what your organization was, you have a sense of what the built form will be looking like?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Our proposal is probably a 4-story building, a mixed-use building with the daycare on the main floor and the apartment unit on the 2nd to the 4th floor. And I believe Ryan already made a great speech. I just want to have some addition to the comment. First of all, this lot is a corner lot, and there is collective road right next to 163th Street. Also, there are back alley on the north side of this lot. So our vehicle access is from the back side along the back alley, not from the front side. Front side is mostly the pedestrian entry. So I believe our traffic will be, our development shouldn't have big impact to the traffic in the intersection, because most of our traffic is from the back alley and the collective road. And also for the parking issue, I have done a lot of the mixed-use building of the daycare and apartment building. And I believe that's a very good combination of the development mode. You know, for daycare, usually they don't need a parking stall unless the pickup and the drop off, which is usually, I'm sorry, I caught a phone. Usually in the morning and in the afternoon. And other than that, the daycare pickup and drop off space are all empty. And so the daycare and the apartment project, they can actually perfectly share the parking, because in the morning, usually the residents, they will need the parking at night, but during the daytime, they will drive to their work.
Great.
So it is very good combination.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just, so that answered a lot of my questions, because I imagine we're going to hear from some of the neighboring residents about their concerns with traffic and parking. Can I ask how many on-site stalls you're anticipating having on the site?
From the site dimension, I'm expecting probably we can have about 4 to 5 parking on the back alley.
Okay, and in addition to the street parking, and my other question for you was how many units in the, my understanding is that there will be residential on the 2nd and 3rd story?
Yeah.
Okay, and how many units are you anticipating for residential?
We are planning for maybe around 9 to 12 units. It depending on the unit size. The client is thinking because this is in Meadowlark, so probably it will be a family oriented. Probably it will be say like 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, something like that. So I would say around 12 units for the 3-story. But you know, the unit size is much smaller than the townhouse. If with the current with the current zoning, we can build an 8-unit townhouse or step row house. But for the townhouse unit, each unit probably it will be about 1,200 square feet. But for the 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom apartment, each unit is probably around 600 square feet. So the residential area, actually, it is smaller than the RS. And also, as the officer mentioned, our new zoning will create a bigger side setback, which is 3 meters compared to the original 1.2 meter. So actually, the new development will provide more space and more privacy for the neighbors. And we are only neighboring one lot because we are the corner lot. On the south side, on the west side, and the north side, they are all a street and back alley. Only on the south east side, we are adjacent the neighbor, and we actually provide 3 meter setback from the property line.
Okay, great. Thank you. That answers a lot of my questions that I had about the bill form. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Now we'll go to folks in opposition. Diane Karlowick, joining remotely. You'll be speaker number 1. And I'll see if David Bellin is joining us remotely in person. No. Jane Herrick, please come down. You'll be speaker number 2. Robert Gould, joining remotely. Robert, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And I'll check if Anton Perche is joining us. Anton Perche. Nope. All right. We will start with Diane Karlowick. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here to voice my objection to the proposed bylaw 21150. I've been a resident of Meadowlark for over 50 years. I live next door east of the property in question. I object to the 4-story building being erected next door. The size of the structure is not in keeping with the aesthetics of the existing neighborhood and is too tall. According to the 3D drawing on page 7 in the planning report, the height and orientation of the structure will block the west sun exposure and invade the privacy of my backyard. I question how this rezoning will affect the property values on 92nd and 163rd Street. I also don't agree with the proposed 2-story building for the existing RS zone. I object to one of the floors of the proposed structure being a commercial entity. We, the community of Meadowlark, are fully serviced with daycare facilities, restaurants, fuel stations, convenience stores, health centers, schools, churches, arenas, and more. All these enterprises are within walking distance. The previous owner of the above-mentioned property held numerous garage sales over the years, and we, the neighbors, saw the increased alley traffic, blocked service road, people parking in our driveways, and blocking garage and driveway approaches on 92nd Avenue and the alley. Adding a commercial entity to the corner will increase not only the traffic concerns, but also noise, nuisance, and increased crime. The corner in question, 163rd and 92nd Avenue, is very busy with traffic servicing members of the Lutheran Church, community members, and the public utilizing the avenue for parking when they're using JP Pool, Bill Hunter Arena, Johnny Bright Sports Field. We also have students parking. Then there's the parent drop-off, and between 2 and 3, 92nd Avenue is sometimes you can't pass through it. 92nd Avenue is also used for an emergency response access route for Edmonton Meadowlark Fire Station number 12. The other concerns I have are sewer infrastructure, garbage collection for an apartment structure. Over the years, the intersection of 163rd Street and 92nd Avenue has been the scene of many pedestrian and vehicle accidents due to the high speed and volume of traffic. And I don't see this changing anytime soon. We need to grow with the input of the community in question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Jane Herrick. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is Jane Herrick, and I am a homeowner in Meadowlark Park. I'm representing the 86 petitioners opposed to the potential rezoning that would allow for a 4-story building with commercial or retail space on ground level. While there is a general consensus among the homeowners that Edmonton's population growth has to allow for higher density neighborhoods, we feel this particular corner is not a good fit for rezoning for the following reasons. The uncontrolled T intersection at 92nd Avenue and 163rd Street already has an enormous amount of pedestrian and vehicular traffic. It is an intersection that accommodates 2 high schools, Jasper Place High School and St. Francis Xavier. The 2 schools have approximately 4,200 students as reported in the 23-24 school year. Many students drive to school, and the school parking lots do not have enough parking stalls. The streets and avenues near the schools are used for overflow parking and for parents who drop off and pick up their children. The streets and avenues near the proposed site also accommodates overflow parking for extracurricular school and sporting events. There is a bit of a reprieve from the congestion for the summer months of July and August, but for the 10 months of the year, parking and traffic is a big issue. Directly across and beside from this proposed site are the Jasper Place Leisure Center, the Jasper Place Annex, Jasper Place Bowl, the Bill Hunter Arena, Hosanna Lutheran Church, Jasper Place Tennis Courts, and St. Francis Xavier Sports Center. There is a lot of activity all day and night on this corner all year long. Swimming lessons, public swims, games, classes, a daycare, Edmonton Food Bank distribution, support groups, and many, many other services and events make this corner the epicenter of traffic in our neighborhood. In addition to all of this, 92nd Avenue is an emergency route for Fire Station number 12 on Meadowlark Road. Also on 92nd Avenue is a bilingual elementary school that transports students by bus from many surrounding neighborhoods. I have been a homeowner on 92nd Avenue since 1983, and every year there has been more and more traffic. There has to be a tipping point, and in my opinion, that was reached a number of years ago. Only in recent years have homeowners needed to contact the city because our driveways are blocked, and we are also often unable to park in front of our homes. Also, Jubilee Park on 92nd Avenue has a parking lot which is almost always full with student parking and can't be utilized during the day for anyone who wants to park there. Please consider the extra traffic that would ensue if this development and rezoning is approved. I hope another consideration would be a drastic increase in pedestrian traffic if a retail space at this proposed site catered to the 4,200 high school students. It would be chaos and perhaps even dangerous. The 4 stories or a 16-meter height that is proposed is a substantial change for a neighborhood and out of scale for a neighborhood that consists mainly of bungalows. 163rd is not a designated primary or a secondary corridor. As residents, we anticipate an even greater increase in traffic if this rezoning is approved. This T intersection and nearby streets and avenues are already incredibly strained and overburdened as it is. Mr. Mayor and councillors, thank you very much for considering our concerns and acknowledging our apprehensions.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Robert Gould. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, good morning. I'd like to thank council members for this opportunity to speak this morning in regards to this proposed rezoning of 162, 22, 92nd Ave in Meadowlark. I'll start out by introducing myself. I'm a long-term resident of Meadowlark, 50 years plus, first growing up in the neighborhood and later purchasing property and raising my own children in the neighborhood. Being a long-term resident, I believe I can speak with a great deal of knowledge and experience regarding this neighborhood. And the speakers prior to me have hit some very, very key points that are beyond significant enough to justify. But a little bit on myself. My background is safety. I worked locally, nationally, internationally, dealing with communities and dealing with safety issues within communities. And that's why I want to discuss safety first and foremost. In this situation, in this particular intersection, there's what we call in the industry human-machine interface. That's the interaction of persons and machines and vehicles in a specific area. The location of this proposed zoning change to potentially increase the density and put potential commercial space, and now we're saying it's a daycare, which adds vehicular traffic, which I know the young speaker seems to feel it's not an issue. I'll touch on parking later, but the human-machine interface in this situation is an extremely high traffic location of both pedestrians and vehicles. This factor is compounded by the fact that this pedestrian traffic has a base of very young persons from a daycare across the street, and then an elementary school down the street, which there's kids that come from different areas and walk down that street and through that intersection. Witness it myself. It can be a significant challenge for them to cross that street now. Then also young children and middle age all the way to elderly crossing over to the swimming pool and sports complexes. The elderly people are also attending the church across the street and the fitness facilities. Now, that's an interesting mix of people from the very young to the very old who roads become a significant challenge. Now you throw in the mix of the high school students, and that's been identified, the volume of high school students. Example, that high school just had a graduating class of over 1,000 kids and expected to be greater next year. That's only less than 1/3 of what actually goes to JP. So it's crazy in that zone. But now I've talked about the people that are on the road, where the hazards are. You've got the vehicles that are added, the vehicles that are operated going into this neighborhood. You got parents taking kids to school, to the elementary school down the street, and then to the high schools in there. You add in the high school traffic of those kids that are driving their vehicles going in and out of that neighborhood, people going to the sports facilities, the park down the street. There's added traffic in there. And then I'm going to add a twist to that. You take those vehicles, and a good percentage of them are operated by drivers who are significantly inexperienced. This is a recipe for serious problems. It's already been multiple times issues with traffic in that area, and to continue to add to the density in that area is just a recipe for the extremely unwanted. It's already been mentioned that the emergency vehicles are using that access. So it's a high-risk scenario now. We're only adding to an even higher risk human-machine interface. And it becomes totally irresponsible by anyone to consider adding to this already significant problem. In my world, in the work world, it's a very clear decision. It's do not add anything more to this mix. We should be looking at ways to reduce this interface risk. This is a significant hazard now and will only compound and get worse. So we've got a city that claims to be concerned about the safety of its citizens. I've heard the comment about safety already today. I've heard it in previous meetings. If we are like-minded and truly minded in safety, there should be a unanimous rejection of proposed changes to this zoning. And going on about I've just talked about, I'm quite disappointed in the city personnel who have not seen this and given a very clear direction and a very clear message of non-approval for rezoning.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Thank you for joining us. We'll see if there are any questions from council colleagues to folks in opposition. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with you, Speaker Karlowicz, the adjacent neighbor to the east. So I believe what's currently allowed is about 4 meters lower. But you don't want that at all. You're looking for like. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're a bungalow, and the house that was there before was a bi-level, but it all was in the same direction. So I get west sun, I get the wind, and I garden, so I have plants, but also the privacy of my yard. You put a 2-story or a 4-story building lengthwise, and it blocks all the sun, the west sun, and where's the privacy in my backyard?
So that raises an interesting question for me that I'll go back to the proponent on new information in terms of the site coverage and some of the alignment of the building. So Speaker Herrick, you perhaps, so I'm hearing, and it wasn't unanticipated, that there would be a lot of concern about a proposed increase or a possible increase of traffic so close to 163rd Street. I agree with you, at peak times it is quite busy. On the Avenue side though, because people tend to turn right up or right down 163rd Avenue and stick to it, but are you finding on the Avenue side that traffic is, let's go to the parking issue, is that residents, or do you have a parasitic parking issue with folks from who are going other places in the community and can't find parking on site?
Do you mean students?
Students, people going to the rec center.
Parking, yes, and Jubilee Park. I live right next door to Jubilee Park, and the whole parking lot is students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you at all concerned with the LRT opening just a couple blocks away in a few years? Ideally a few years, right, guys? But that will only increase. Is that something you're concerned about as a resident?
I haven't really thought of that, but that could be a concern. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, because the converse would be that we want students to take the LRT to school, right?
Yeah.
But not everyone. Sometimes people have bad behaviors and they drive to public transit, park in neighborhoods.
Yeah, exactly. So. Oh, yeah, right.
Sorry, I just gave you an idea. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to ask you. Okay. Thank you for that. I think one of the things that came up is there's a sort of a tension, and maybe this also goes to what Mr. Gould was saying. There's a tension in the community. You have a high pedestrian traffic. You have a lot of vehicular traffic at peak times of day. I'm hearing that there may be folks who have a different, let's say, skills or experience level when it comes to driving, and that might create some of that anxiety. Do you know when the last time a safety assessment was done of 163rd Street or some of the intersecting avenues?
I don't know.
For like Vision Zero. do you know what the crosswalk situation, could you tell me what the crosswalk situation is like around the rec center and the high schools?
There's a crosswalk right in front of Hosanna Lutheran Church that accesses from Hosanna Lutheran Church to Jasper Place Leisure Center.
Okay.
Yeah.
And nothing else
Nothing
sort of
else.
lit or marked on the street? Okay. All right, and do you or Speaker Karlowicz know when, you haven't had neighborhood renewal, have you? In your neighborhood?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Neighborhood renewal? I hear Councillor Knack whispering. 2000, you had neighborhood renewal in 2009. Like, so new sidewalks, new roads?
Yes, yes,
Yep,
yes, we did,
That's what I
yes.
meant, yeah. Okay, and I asked that because sometimes when they do neighborhood renewal, wider sidewalks, better sightlines for crossing. So that's really helpful. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks, everyone, for coming. And so I wanted to ask a little bit, and maybe I'll, Mr. Gould, since you focused very, very much on safety, I think the question I'm wanting to figure out, and it's always been a struggle in some of these high traffic locations, because I think what we're going to hear when we get to questions of administration is that the number of units difference that we're talking about is going to be fairly minimal to what can be built today versus what's being proposed. And I think what I've heard from all the speakers is not a surprise. I mean, I was the president of the Community League for a number of years, and this has been a tension point with the school parking for a while. The question is, so it's an issue today. So I think the question is, what's the solution we need today? Forget even what's being talked about today. I'm almost wondering, like, did you have a sort of ideal? Because I think the concern we looked at years ago is if we put traffic lights there, it almost encourages shortcutting through the community. And I don't think we want that, but I'm wondering if you have any thoughts from that safety lens of what you'd want to see.
There is no miracle pill there. That is a extremely challenging situation because of the youth that use the biggest part of that intersection. Mm-hmm. So that's where my concern is. It's already bad now. To add anything to it's only compounding an already bad situation. Yeah. Lights, I agree, is only going to probably create another issue. You could look at doubling up the crosswalks, because right now there's only a crossing 163rd to the south side of that intersection, and there is nothing coming across from crossing 92nd. It's a big, wide open intersection. It's good for traffic flow, but it becomes a big risk for pedestrians trying to cross that open space too. It's a free for all. I did it as a kid myself.
Yeah,
so
that's an interesting.
It's a big challenge.
Yeah, so you're thinking maybe a crosswalk before the service road along 163rd can maybe help further encourage. Because you're right. I mean, there's a lot of students that will park on the service road, going from that home further to the north, and so just trying to create less tension points or conflict points. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And
increasing density is not going to help at all.
Yeah, and I think the challenge that we're running into, and you know, as a well, now technically on the east side of 156th Street, so I guess I'm technically a Jasper Park resident, but been in Meadowlark for 22 years, is that we're likely going to see some more density in our neighborhood. I mean, just to be very blunt, I don't think there's, you know, outside of the Renaissance condos, which is where I moved into, and now I couldn't move into there anymore because it's completely a 55+ building. The only apartment-style building in Meadowlark is the one on the east end of 92nd Ave, and that's a condo. It's not a rental apartment. So, like, we actually don't have any rental apartment developments in Meadowlark, and so I think there is going to be, over time, naturally some type of increase, and so I think it's around how do we respond to that? How do we design for that? How do we take into account the safety considerations that are created? So maybe the question, and I'll come to some of our other speakers, if Ms. Herrick is talking about, I can't remember, have we ever examined a parking program, like a time-limited parking option on 92nd Avenue? Or I think there's some on the service road a little further to the north, but I don't think 92nd Ave we've ever looked at that. Do you recall that?
I think that just came up in the last community league that
I was a little late to that one. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
that was brought up.
Okay, because I'm wondering if that could
Could
start.
I,
Oh, yeah, Miss-
excuse me,
Yeah, go ahead, Ms.
this is Diane Karlowicz.
Yep.
And I used to live, when I first moved into Meadowlark, down the service road on 163rd across from JP, and it had timed parking.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so then the police would come along and, chalk mark the tires if cars had moved. And that was a nightmare. And as far as crosswalks, we used to have a crosswalk on 92nd Avenue right at the alley by Jubilee Park. And that's being taken away. And that really should be reinstated there.
Appreciate. I'm out of time, Miss. I'm out of time, Miss Karlowicz. But thanks.
Yeah.
That's a good flag. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay. Any other questions? I see none. So thank you so much for joining us. That concludes the questions to folks in opposition. Now we'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Yeah, first of all, so right now, and I'm going from memory, the RRS zone and the RM16 zone, you have a comparison in the, perhaps I'm better to ask on new information, but what's the difference in terms of site coverage? And we heard one speaker is concerned about shadowing sunlight.
Councillor Hamilton, unfortunately, it's not apples to apples, but with RS, you're looking at 45% site coverage, and RMH16 at 2.3 floor area ratio.
Okay. And so I'll ask maybe the proponent in terms of where they see the building alignment on the site with respect to the neighboring property. I'm hearing that the setbacks are a little bit more, correct?
They are.
Yeah.
Yep. And flexible too.
And flexible. Okay, that's helpful. One of the Councillor Knack kind of jumped my questions on this, but we heard a lot of concern within the neighborhood about the behaviors that come around an increase in density and the existing congestion on 163rd Street, a lot of pedestrian vehicle interfacing. My first question was, when was the last time that we did not going to call it a TIA, but we sort of assessed the safety on this corridor with respect to traffic?
So in regards to traffic, we do have counts that were done in 2023.
2023, okay.
Based on that, this arterial carries fairly low amount of traffic, given that it is a 4-lane undivided arterial. It can carry far more, but the issues that we hear are very much time specific. In regards to safety, as part of this application, we have coordinated with Safe Mobility team, and they have identified driver feedback sign as one of the mitigation measure that can be applied in order to address speeding concerns.
Okay, that's helpful. Do you know if there's a plan through the Safe Mobility team to improve pedestrian crossings on this corridor?
Councillor, there is already a pedestrian flasher at the intersection of 92 Avenue and 163 Street. When it is active, the drivers are required to move at 30 km speed.
Okay. So one of the things that has come up is this is a neighborhood where there's a lot of ands happening. There's the LRT construction sort of enveloping the outside of the neighborhood. And we've heard that there's been a lot of growth in terms of the high schools, which are technically in West Meadowlark, but across 163rd. And we have a lovely new or newly refurbished recreation center and they're starting to feel a little bit of pressure in the neighborhood. Something we talked about on LRT construction was looking at the neighborhoods around the neighborhoods where the LRT West Valley line was going, to talk about potential residential parking programs or something like that. Is that something you're looking at still or discussing in terms of mitigating some of the, I'll say, the bad driver habits of going into neighborhoods, parking, and in order to avoid sort of paying for parking at LRT stations?
Short answer is yes. That is part of the curbside management strategy, where residential parking program will be looked at holistically.
And so when would neighborhoods that are LRT adjacent sort of see some outcome of that?
Timing wise, I think first thing first is to look at what that program entails, and that is coming to council next year.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Councillor Knack has questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I wanted to go back to that sort of earlier question. I think, looking at the site, what can currently be developed on this site, this is about a 50 by 150-ish lot. So I think that the challenge that we're talking about is, like, I agree, there's a lot of traffic things with the ands and ands and ands are completely right, but from what's before us today versus what can be built today, it doesn't feel like that's going to be a very drastic difference in impact, because we could be talking about maybe an extra 4 units. In this case, you might have some on-site parking is what we're hearing, though, that could offset that. Is that sort of how you're looking at it, though?
Exactly.
Yeah.
RS, the maximum would be 9 units.
Yeah.
And we're hearing from the applicant, the intent would be 9 to 12.
So you could do an additional 3, and so impact-wise, that's less. Now the built form, again, I do hear the pointer, and it's tough because I think even if you built under the 2001 rules, I worry that Ms. Karlovich's garden could be impacted even by a 2-story home, which I know she expressed in that concern. And but we've sort of always allowed at least a 2.5-story building since about 2001. Correct?
Yeah, and Councillor Knack, as we become increasingly more urban, shadowing is expected. It's an impact of an urban environment, certainly.
With this zoning, in terms of the setbacks, I'm trying to remember, though, are there opportunities, and I guess that could be a variance conversation, because I see the desire, like if you could move that closer to the avenue, that helps free up some space at the back maybe. But what's the current setback again for that zone?
So it's 3 generally.
Yeah.
But we've talked about this before, where it's not possible to max out your minimum setbacks, to build to the entire minimum setbacks and the height, right? That's where the floor area ratio restricts you, or the developer. So the potential in the rear alley would be a 7.7 setback.
Which is okay. So if you were trying to build to the max height under this zone on this particular lot size, you're going to have a smaller footprint building than
exactly.
Okay.
Smaller footprint on the ground. You're exchanging that for height, or vice versa. The height is coming down and the building spread out more.
Whereas, so I think I heard the applicant say they were considering 4, but that's tight. So if they went with 3, they could do a slightly larger footprint site coverage building, which almost might have a larger impact if it goes further back.
Could, yeah. Depends on the abutting property, right, and how they view the change and the impact. But we did hear the intention for parking. So. Yeah.
And I think the other challenge, and again, it's so Meadowlark has outside of the Renaissance condos and the building that's there on 92nd, 156, which is, I don't know, 15-ish years old, maybe actually a little newer than that. 163rd is a location where we would typically look for apartment-style building in any, like, so Meadowlark, I think about Glenwood, they have some as well, because this is a busier roadway. We typically try to have that development there, which is why on the east end of the community on 156, they allowed that 4-story building on that side too. So like this is the location where if we were striving for a little bit higher building, a little bit more density, you'd want it. So I think we heard Mr. Jake talk about that, but this is the location for it.
Yeah, and in our recommendation as well, and in policy, it's baked in there. This is the corner site. This is a large arterial roadway, and just to add some diversity to the neighborhood and housing stock, really, since 2000, so for the last 5 years, 19 new units have been built, and about half of those are row houses. So a lot of secondary suites, which is very promising, but in terms of diversity, apartment housing style would be.
I don't actually think there's even any there's a duplex on 156 by 95th Ave, but there's no standalone row housing in that neighborhood at all yet. There's one under development closer to the corner of 95th, which maybe was included in your numbers there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's been no other actual dedicated row housing in this community. It's one of the it's an interesting dynamic. I live just east in my neighborhood. It's a ton, but this is one of the few that's never really seen that.
Approved building permits since 2000 show 8 net new.
Yeah, I think they're talking about the single 8-unit development that just started construction right on 156th Street.
It's possible.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So any other questions to administration? I see none. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to folks in favor, in opposition, or to administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation.
I just have one to Solomon.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so this is a question back to Songlin Pan. So you're getting a lot of attention today, but I was wondering if you had, one of the concerns we heard from the speakers in opposition was the alignment of the built form, as well as concerns about shadowing into the adjacent yard. And I was wondering if you could speak to if you have a sense of what the alignment of the building will be relative to the property to the east.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, I would like to have some response to that comment and concern. As you know, when the city they prepared that sketch, it is show the maximum, both in terms of the building footprint and the building height. But in Canada, especially not in the downtown area, to be honest, in my last 20 years, we never ever have any building which reach the maximum building footprint and the building height, not even close. So for this project, we are planning to build a 4-story building. Although the buildings, the proposed zoning is RMH16, which means maximum we can build up to 60 meters. But you know, for the apartment building, actually we don't need that high ceiling. Apartment building, the ceiling height typically is about 9 feet or 8 feet. So for each floor, roughly is about 3 meters. For 4-story, is roughly about 12 to 13 meters. If we consider the main floor, daycare or office will be taller. So the building is just a little bit taller than the original, which is the maximum building height is 12 meters, but we propose the 4-story is about 13 meters. You know, under the current zoning bylaw, we can still build a 3-story plus the half basement. I have done a lot of the step row house with 3-story and half basement. For that, excuse me, for the half basement, which means the basement is elevated. So the main floor is roughly about 4 feet to 5 feet above the ground or the exterior grade for that row house. But for our proposed mixed-use building, the main floor, because they are daycare or office, so they are flush with the exterior grade. So this will reduce about 5 feet in the building. Yeah.
Yep.
And also for the building footprint is much smaller because we need to provide bigger setback from 1.2 meter to 3 meter. So the building area, total building area actually is not increased a lot. Thank you.
Okay. And so is your, I guess, like relative to the yard to the east or the property line to the east, are you looking at aligning it more to the west? Or like, do you have a sense, it's possible, I understand you may not have a sense of how the building will align along the property.
Yeah, The building on the west side, we will align the building with the minimum setback.
Okay.
Yeah, and we will leave more space on the east side. And the zoning bylaw requests minimum 3 meter. So there will be minimum 3 meter. And considering the building is actually not much taller than a 3-story state row house, and we provide 1.8 meter more setback. So the shadow or blocking the sunlight, actually, in my opinion, it is, if not improving, it is the same. If we draw a sun angle, so that when the building is raised by about 1 meter, however, it's set back by more than 1.8 meter, in my opinion, based on our sun shadow analysis, actually it improves the neighbor's natural light.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So that concludes the questions on new information. Now we are ready to close the public hearing on bylaw 21150.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll move closure of item 3.4.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.4.
Second.
We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So memory lane time again. Moved into Meadowlark in 2002 from Spruce Grove and moved into actually the Renaissance condos. At the time, that building, the two of the 4 buildings were 55 plus, and the other 2 were 40 plus, and you could be over the age of 18 as long as you lived with somebody 40 plus. So I had just turned 18, moved in with my parents while I was attending university. By the way, I was the only person between the ages of about 18 and 50 in that building for the entire time I lived there. It was a delight. And for a variety of reasons, I don't know, maybe I screwed it up. They changed that building to 55 plus only, so maybe they didn't like me there. But I give a bit of that history because Meadowlark, I was president of the community league. I joined up there. I've been in that league for years, and love the community. I live now just literally on the other side of the community league boundary. But the challenge actually in that neighborhood is there isn't actually a lot of housing choice. The Renaissance, again, is great for those 55 plus. There is one condo building on the east side of 156th Street and 92nd Avenue that can house probably, I think, 30-ish people. It's not a giant building. There's a duplex that was built a few years ago on 156th, close to 95th Ave, and then the 8 permits for the row housing was something that will be completed at the end of this summer. Other than that, it actually doesn't have other housing choice. If you wanted to rent, if you're under the age of 55 and wanted to rent in that community in an apartment, there actually isn't a housing option for you there. And so I've talked about this over the years, even when I was on the community league, that there would over time be change in that neighborhood. And I think what we're talking about here is a pretty small difference between what's permitted under the current zoning in terms of a 9-unit development versus an upwards of 12-unit development. So I think from that perspective, I don't think this is going to be a dramatic transformation to the community. I think it's very much a gradual step. So I just wanted to offer that just from somebody that lives there, that loves the neighborhood, that I don't think that piece is going to be the challenge. I do think there is a very valid concern around that T intersection there and how that operates, and that is an issue. It was an issue when I was president of the community league, but it's become more prevalent, especially in the last sort of 3, 4, 5 years since LRT construction started, since that school has been way over capacity, since there is no other West End high school west of 156th or 163rd Street. So as all of the residents mentioned, there's a very, very valid set of issues. this proposal is not going to change that valid set of issues. There needs to be a separate conversation about how to address that, and I believe Councillor Hamilton will think about how to best tackle that through this discussion. And because yeah, it's an issue, especially during the school pickup and drop-off time. I bike 92nd Avenue probably multiple times a week, and when it's not school time, it's a pretty easy and safe turn for me to make to get on and off that space. When it is school time, whew, that is not very fun. So I think there does need to be some type of action to review what that looks like, because even that study in 2023, that was before the LRT construction became as impactful as it is now. 156th Street will be one lane in each direction upon completion, so 163rd Street is going to become a busier vehicle corridor for folks, so figuring out how to operate that. But again, I mentioned this, I don't think we want to look at a traffic light, because I actually think that's just going to create a massive shortcutting opportunity for anyone going from 149th Street to 163rd. They already cut through the east part of from 149th to 156th. I think a traffic light could only add to that. So we'll need to figure out some type of plan. All of which to be said is that happy to support whatever Councillor Hamilton has in store for a subsequent to potentially look at that if there is something or a different way to look at it. But I think for this particular development, I am going to support it with the intent of how do we work to address those other issues, whatever that might look like. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Councillor Knack said it really well, and I'm still mulling a subsequent, because I do agree with his points that there's really clearly a traffic and safety issue here, but and I think it's been building for a number of years, and then the dip of traffic that we all experienced in most of our neighborhoods through the pandemic, caused by the subsequent rise, sort of the back to normal plus the growth that we've seen, has exacerbated, I think, some of the tensions around this corridor and within the neighborhood. And certainly when I was running in 2021, I heard from some of the neighbors that that there was already some, I'll say, some nuisance behavior in terms of shortcutting through the neighborhood, you know, like driving at excess speeds, those kinds of behaviors. However, I am also cognizant that the LRT will be in this neighborhood within the next 5 years, hopefully, fingers crossed. And that's going to create its own set of challenges in terms of moving people safely to and from their chosen mode of transportation. And being prepared for that is, I think, a gift that we can give, or being knowledgeable of some of the challenges that may come with the increased optionality of transportation in the neighborhood is something that I think we're all keen to look at. But as it pertains to this specific file, and I tried to keep a really open mind on this because I know that it was causing, that there was a lot of neighbors, many who showed up today, who didn't agree with the this rezoning. I still do not see, I haven't seen anything that contradicts administration's case for why this zoning should be allowed. And I say that because the height is minimal in terms of what is currently allowed today, though I respect that some of the residents in the neighborhood don't agree with what is currently allowed today. But nonetheless, there's development by right here. And so the height modifier I see as being minimal, with additional setbacks, as well as conforming to our own policy with respect to what where this type of development should be allowed. I also agree that with Councillor Knack that it also conforms to a council's own sort of vision and the city plan in terms of providing optionality within neighborhoods in terms of housing type. So I know this won't be welcome, but I see no reason not to support this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.4.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
I'll move consideration on item
Yes, carried. Go ahead, sir.
3.4.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw number 21150.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so we are going to take a break here, a lunch break, and we will be back at 1:30 and carry on with the balance of the agenda. Thank you, everyone. And we'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, no worries. Okay. Okay, we dealt with item 3.4. Now the next item is 3.5, bylaw 21149, to allow for the continued development of a comprehensively planned continuing care retirement community, Downsdale. This was also postponed from May 7th, 2025, City Council public hearing. Do we have speakers in opposition as well? So I'm going to go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a 9-hectare site from the DC 2.953 zone to the DC zone in the Donsdale neighborhood. The proposed rezonings adjusts the area of the DC to allow for approximately 0.7 hectares of the site to accommodate additional single and semi-detached development. It also updates the DC regulations to align with zoning bylaw 20,001 and the current policies. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on the southwest side of the city. It abuts Lessard Road and 184th Street. The site is a private continuing care retirement community operated by Touchmark Communities and offers a spectrum of on-site care to residents. The site is largely developed except for the area of change shown, which currently permits medium-density residential development. There is commercial development north of the site, single detached housing to the east, Wedgwood Ravine to the south, and single detached housing to the west. There is transit service available on Lessard Road and access to a shared use pathway to the south of the site. Next slide, please. The current DC2 divides the site into 3 areas. Area A is low-density residential, Area B is medium-density residential, and Area C is institutional. The proposal increases the size of Area A and decreases Area B, allowing for the additional single and semi-detached housing in the highlighted area. This increases the availability of single and semi-detached housing in the Touchmark community, which currently is approximately 25% low density. Next slide, please. The applicant conducted a mandatory initial engagement prior to the application being submitted. Administration also reached out using mailed notices, an Engaged Edmonton webpage, a meeting with the residents' boards, an open house, and one-on-one communications. 35 respondents were heard from, with 24 in opposition, 2 in support, and 9 with mixed responses or questions only. The concerns of those in opposition included a loss of green space, increased density without a corresponding increase in amenities or services, increased traffic and demand on parking, nuisances caused by the construction. Those in favor supported it because the proposed single and semi-detached residential uses over the currently approved multi-unit residential uses would be seen as less impactful. Next slide, please. The proposed DC maintains similar regulations to those found in the original DC. Changes to the regulations include an increase in the maximum height for Area A from 6 meters to 10.5 meters to align with the current zoning bylaw, an increase in maximum dwelling units permitted in Area A from 74 to 115, that corresponds with the increase in size allocated to Area A, as well as the removal of parking minimums to align with the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The site falls within the West Edmonton District Plan and is not within a node or a corridor. The site is designated as urban mix and aligns with the proposal. The proposed rezoning supports the city plan by providing Edmontonians with the ability to live locally with access to diverse and affordable housing options in communities that support their daily needs. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it increases housing diversity with an existing continuing care retirement community. It is compatible with the current land uses, and it aligns with the West Edmonton District Plan. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. I will go to folks in favor. I will call if April Wazik from Touchmark is joining us. Please come down. Sit anywhere you like. Or, yeah. You will have 5 minutes to make your remarks or your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have a presentation today. I just wanted to speak with all of you. Thank you for having me again. I was here for last month for the hearing, or in May, I should say, and we're happy to be back here again. So my name is April Wojcik, and I am the Vice President of Construction with Touchmark Senior Living. We operate in 10 U.S. states as well as here in Edmonton, and we've been here for about 20 years. When we first started operating 20 years ago, we had a master plan of how our business looked and operated, and as you can imagine, over the years, that has changed. Our clients have changed their preferences, and they would like more variety. And so, what we found in the other projects that we have done at our other communities are villas that are a very successful product. It is a single-family home, 2 of them side by side, joined by a demising wall at the garage. And that is what we would like to do here instead of a 4-story building for more independent and assisted living. This offers kind of a step for our residents when they're coming in from selling their single-family home. Maybe they don't want to live in the main building with everybody else yet. They still want to have their parking space, their own yard, and their own 1,300 square foot home. So, like I said, we've had a lot of great success with these at other communities, and this is what we'd like to do here. So we respectfully request the zone change so that we can do so.
Thank you so much. We'll see if there are questions from colleagues to you. Please, so stay there. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Sorry, I was just finding the button to click on, but thank you for joining us today. So I think we're going to hear from a number of residents in the community who are concerned about this change. Just to clarify, right now, the maximum height for this area, today the zoning is 6 meters, correct? But why'd you choose the maximum height that you're proposing to go to is 10.5 meters, and you're also looking at an increase in the dwelling. So why did you choose to go to the increased height?
My understanding was that this is in alignment with the current, or the direction of the DC, and so this was at the suggestion of administration.
Okay,
Yeah.
so administration, okay. And what will the maximum height of, because the villas sound, like, are they single level or?
They are single,
They're
yes.
single story, okay. So it doesn't sound like they're going to be particularly tall.
No, they're not. They're single story, and I did the quick conversion a little bit earlier, and they're about 6.5 meters.
6.5 meters, so possibly not the current zone, but some sort of variation of height might be amenable to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And I mean, I know that this zoning, the original DC2 was done ages ago, and so we see the maximum dwellings in Area A as 74, and now you're going up to 115. I would imagine that's just a decrease in square footage. That's a change in the decrease of square footage to try and get more people in, or?
So
do you see this going to 115?
No, our plan is to build between 25 and 35, so I think the maximum that we are asking for is 40.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so really different than what we see in the direct control zone.
Yes.
Okay, then I will, I'm going to ask administration about that, because I think some of these numbers might be creating some anxiety within the community.
Understood.
And I guess in my last minute here, minutes or so, oftentimes on files like this, there's a discussion about how much engagement was done, what the conversations with the community were like. Could you tell council here what how Touchmark engaged with the current residents in the area?
Yes, absolutely. So a little over a year ago, we had our first meeting at the community with the residents, and we invited all of the residents. And then we've worked closely with administration through the process over the past year of having a combination of on-site meetings, one-on-one conversations, responding to all email and phone call questions that are coming directly to us. I was at the public hearing that we held in January, and we have ongoing monthly meetings at the community where we discuss this as well.
Okay. And what have you heard from residents with respect to their concerns about this direct control change?
Yeah, I think that, they were listed well in the application. I think the primary one is the loss of green space. This space was never intended to be left as green space. It was always intended to be built out. We build out all of our communities and then in phases. And then I think the second one was the lack of amenity space. Again, when we built this community, the amenities that we have in place contemplated an additional 4-story apartment building and all of those residents using the existing amenities. So we always take that into account when we go into a community to add or modify anything. I am looking at a project to add another dining venue as well as some other amenities to the community. But we didn't include that as part of this application because it was not part of the zone change request, so.
Yeah, but you've heard the desire to have more amenities within the community, and you're looking at bringing about those changes separately.
Correct, yeah, I mean, we want everything to blend well and look in conformance with the rest of the community. So.
And one of the things, I don't, and this is really quick, on the slide for the site context, there's a pocket park. That's not part of your site, correct? That's the city-owned site? I don't know if they can pull that up within the next 30 seconds. It was slide 2, if possible. Let's see. It's just to the west, I think. Oh, there we go. We had it for a second. There's a pocket park identified there to the west. That's not part of your site, correct? That's a city site?
I'm not sure that I know which area you're talking about.
To the right, sort of in the corner there.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, where it says Pocket Park. Yeah, that does not belong to us now.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to ask administration about that too, because that could function as an amenity space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just, I was a little bit concerned as well about what the DC now, like the number of units and everything, when you're talking about they're going to be 1,300 square feet units. I didn't know how you could get 115 of them on that site. But they would have you mentioned about the garages, so they would have their own garages for parking, plus there would be a front drive for guests as well?
Correct. It's a 1-car garage on each side, and then they have a 1-car driveway, and then we have on-street parking as well.
Okay, so that could reduce some of the additional parking concerns that people had. And the amenities that you talked about are in sort of the main lodge building?
Yeah, we'll be adding another dining venue, like I said, and then actually in the villa subdivision itself, we'll have amenity spaces in there. Other communities we've done, dog parks, pergolas, fire pits, things like that. We try to research the area and again, work with the community and find something that is the most popular, and we try to implement those within the subdivisions themselves.
Okay, but it's more of an independent living area, so they wouldn't necessarily be using the dining facilities in the main lodge.
They certainly have the ability to, yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, and I think Councillor Hamilton was going to ask about, why we've gone so far on this. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans.
Just interested in, and I'm not sure if legal will stop me, but I'm interested in, I guess, testing market assumptions here. So, what are your demands, or what are your wait lists, or like is that the way you phrase it?
Wait lists or
wait list, demand. How do you know what your building is in demand?
Oh, well, our occupancy is almost 100%, and we've been there for quite some time for the past year. We do have a high demand for independent living requests from potential residents.
And is this citywide or in this area, or do you know?
I think it's industry-wide, but it's also in this area as well. We do market research with our competition and what we have potential residents that are coming in and what they're looking for. Yeah.
Because I've anecdotally I've heard in my ward a lot of interest in having another option, a chance to downsize, a chance to go, but I haven't seen sort of a metric or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, there's, like I said, there's going to be between 25 and 35, depending on how we can fit them on the site. And so in our other markets that we've introduced these, we've usually sold them out before we've got them built. So it's a very, very popular product.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. And that's just the nature of the reputation, the location, the typology of the unit, or the blend of like aging in place plus also the garages and everything else.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's, you can sell your single family home and then move into still having a semi-single family home in there, and you've got the amenities should you choose to use them, the dining, the workout facilities, and then you've got neighbors and everybody that's there. But then as you age, if you need to move into assisted living or memory care, you're on the campus, and that's already an option for you.
Okay, so it's a little more of a seamless tradition there,
Exactly.
or transition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's very helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. That concludes all the questions to you. And now we're going to go to folks in opposition, and I will call your name. Enfield, joining in person or remote now? Oh, Anne had to leave. Okay. How about Margaret Johnson? Please.
Yes, Mayor, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
You are joining virtually. Okay. And Bev Flanders? Bev Flanders, no. How about Iris Kirchner? There you are. Please come down to this side. We will start with Margaret Johnson. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your remarks or presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman. Thank you for the opportunity to express our view about the proposal to rezone a portion of the Touchmark site on Lessard Road in Edmonton. We are disappointed with Touchmark for this application and disappointment in the municipal administration supporting it. We begin by expressing doubt on the validity of the process followed by this application. We submit that the zoning application may be flawed because numerous individuals on the site are caught in the life lease proposal in which their ownership interest was marketed to them as a mortgage, making them vulnerable to the developer who retained fee simple title. We are not confident that all life lease participants in this complex, which is akin to fee simple ownership, have received full or proper notification in this application. Council should be astute enough to question administration carefully about this issue. When we review the comments received to date, we appreciate that some do not solely focus on issues of municipal zoning and planning. This is a direct result of the unhappy relationship between American-based Touchmark and the Canadian senior citizens who reside here. Touchmark portrays itself as an idyllic place for seniors to retire and evolve through increasing care models through the end of their life. The reality is different. The current bungalow owners disproportionately pay to keep and maintain a road that primarily services hundreds of residents needing a significant or intensive care services, including heavy impact food delivery, medical emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, staff vehicles, and sadly, from time to time, hearses. The same bungalow owners who also disproportionately fund landscaping for the existing green space, most of which will be removed if the zoning and the subsequent development go ahead. Finally, under the guise of paying for amenities, when a Touchmark resident sells their property, Touchmark claims a 5% exit fee on the entire sale price. If this zoning goes ahead, prices of existing units will fall increasing the economic risk to owners. While Touchmark markets itself as a full service facility, it is already and unable to handle the needs of the resident. The Touchmark proposal to add another 115 units with no related amenities increase with further exposed inadequacy in the Touchmark model. In result, we suggest the zoning application is inappropriate because it changes the dynamic of the entire Touchmark facility and not for its betterment. It implicitly breaches the implied covenant between Touchmark and the owner to focus on green space, with owners disproportionately subsidizing these costs historically. Last, the proposed unit density increase and height restriction adjustments are contrary to common sense planning and zoning principles. We live in a bungalow directly opposite this proposed development. Touchmark's last development or group of bungalows circling the main facility create construction havoc for nearly 10 years. A rezoning application successful now will set the stage for construction disruption the rest of our lives. We suggest that this is not the way the city should treat seniors. We do not oppose the original proposed development that Touchmark would build a multifaceted facility under one roof, matching the existing three-story facility. This would provide what is needed in the Edmonton community while returning them an attractive profit. Their proposal to increase the density and to depart from an under one roof facility relegates the resident to live in their remaining lives in increased density with diluted amenities and diminished green space. The request of this developer to increase the housing density should send a red flags to council. Council can prevent this by suggesting that Touchmark should not change their rules.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. 5 minutes are up. Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we're going to go to Iris Kirshner. Please go ahead.
Mayor Sohi, Bev Flanders is trying to get in, but something isn't working. I don't know if anyone is able to help her.
We will try to figure it out. I think, clerk, if you see Beverly, it says Yanchuk, but that's Bev Flanders trying to join us. If you could help them, we'll try to figure it out. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Yanchuk is another name. Okay. Now, I had supplied these two. Just wanted to make sure these were up here as well. This is the map of how it was and where it shows you where they were going to put the fitness center and that. I just wanted to make sure everybody saw the original map, not the map that you were given now. This is what everybody bought into. Also, I have provided a petition that Bev Yanchuk Flanders had taken around to all the bungalows, and it was a petition to not change the height to 10.5. There was no need to change it. It was administration that recommended it. It wasn't the desire of Touchmark or the residents, and so we got as many residents who are home to sign the petition, and you've been provided with that. Now, that wasn't part of my presentation. That was just the spiel about those two things.
Yeah, but it's part of the time, though. Please.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
so please start again. Hi. I'm a 12-year resident of Touchmark. I'm past president of the Residents' Council and current chair of the condo board. Right now, there are 8 empty bungalows at Touchmark, and they have not been moving. A couple of them have been on the market over a year. This proposed rezoning is putting the cart before the horse. As you saw earlier, somehow the planning department just decided to change the height of bungalows 1 to 66 from 6 to 10.5 without bringing this to our attention, discussion, or input from the 66 bungalow owners who already live there. Why muddy the waters with an administrative change that is unnecessary? Then we have all of us who bought our bungalows at Touchmark with the understanding that part of the green space would be used to build an additional wing that would include housing, amenities, fitness enhancements, and at the time, a swimming pool. Somewhere along the way, Touchmark decided that this was not what they were building and did not bother to inform the residents that plans were changing. Unfortunately, April wasn't there at the time. Never mind that you spent $1 million on a home in there and are paying approximately $1,000 per month in service fees, believing that one day these amenities are going to happen. Today was the first time I heard they might build us some amenities, but we all bought that there knowing that was coming, and no one ever told us this wasn't happening till City Council sent out this zoning change. I would hope that our city councilors would insist that this American-owned company would sit down, form a committee with these residents who all pay city taxes, and work out a plan that would deliver on the promises they made when we all purchased our homes. As one resident noted, it is like buying a lakefront property only to find out that the lake is being drained. And that is what has happened to 350 of us at Touchmark. We oppose this rezoning on planning, legal, and ethical grounds as it completely changes the nature and content of the existing operations and how they were marketed to the purchasers, those who have spent excessive retirement funds propping up this development to ensure green space. Instead, the residents have come to City Hall to appeal this rezoning and sit through a second day of hearings to voice our concerns and objections. We originally had 10 signed up for the bus, but the logistics of attending, mobility challenges, uncertainty made they stayed home. This hearing could be going on in Touchmark out of respect for the 350 people who live there, helped build this city and province, and bought into that concept, but have not been involved with any of these changes. We are old and we are tired. We have invested $66 million into this development and have no voice. There are also 250 residents in the main building that are unable to attend and voice their concerns, and they too have invested in the community. There are no plans to add more services and amenities, yet this proposed rezoning could add many more residents. Today I did hear they might add amenities, but that was the first time I saw it in writing. This rezoning will not address the city's mandate of affordable housing, as the rental villas proposed are rental units that the owner hopes to market for $10,000 plus per month. There will not be a reduction in monthly fees for current residents, so additional housing will not have a positive impact. Due to lack of transparency with the plans, Touchmark should be encouraged to restart the process and form a joint ad hoc committee with residents to communicate with all parties and get feedback on any planned expansion. The condo board has not been approached by Touchmark. Thank God for the city and for you guys overseeing this and being a watchful eye, or we would not be aware of this proposed development at all. Yet we're all investors in Touchmark, the only one of its kind in Canada, so you can't look anywhere else for direction on it. We have not been given any written plans for the area. Where will the villas be located? Where is the road access? What will it look like? Touchmark is adding density, but they said they're not building additional amenities, and I heard that from the Vice President of Finance. More people using already crowded spaces and programs. That is not what we were promised. The 350 residents living there will not have the use of the green space during construction and could likely spend the rest of their lives in a construction zone unless you change it. It's up to you guys now.
Thank you so much. Next we will go to Bev Flanders. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi and City Council. Today I speak on behalf of someone who is unable to be here. I will present their concerns regarding the expansion of the villas at Touchmark at Wedgwood. Does the city of Edmonton want to allow a huge American-owned based corporation with approximately $300 million US net revenue to use the city's relaxed zoning to build housing in Touchmark that would cover virtually all of the green space that we now enjoy? Our understanding is that the city bylaws were relaxed in order to build more affordable housing. DC zoning gives Touchmark complete control. My feelings are that it would have been nice if we would, as residents, would have been included in making this decision. How is any of this supposed to bring affordable and diverse housing to the city of Edmonton? There is currently an almost continuous sidewalk around the entire property, which residents walk every day. This would be eaten up by 41 units in front of that we would see a garage as we walk around the community. We have not been informed of any of the plan for Touchmark to build more amenities for the existing residents or propose new residents. The existing amenities are bursting at the seams already. The dining room is full, and we just heard that there'll be a new dining room, which we didn't know at that time. But she says, I was told by my parents who wished to start eating in the dining room that instead of cooking at home, that they would have to take meals to go because there was no seating available there now. Parking is a further issue, with at least 50 new cars being added to the community, and all of their family and friends must park where they will visit also. The report stipulates that there is a bus stop within 300 meters to help relieve potential parking issues. The bus stop probably will be utilized by a younger staff, but members in their 70s, 80s, and 90s who have driven their whole lives will not likely start using public transportation at this point. The bodies simply can't take the harsh elements, and most of them have mobility issues of falling at this time. In an emergency, how will all of the residents of this neighborhood exit through an existing lane onto Lessard Road in case of a fire? Most have some mobility issues that are situated. The bungalows are situated on the ravine, and a very dry ravine at that. How would they ever exit this community is a really big concern. The residents of Touchmark are the very people who funded a lot of the building in Edmonton into the great city that it is today. So many of them helped the Citadel Theatre and propped up the development and expansion of the arts and professional sports in the city. They are people who have bought season tickets to the ballet, the theater, and many of the sports groups that we have here. They work very hard for their success and will continue to generously support everything in the city. Thank you so much. And once again, I read this on behalf of another resident.
That's not. Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate you all joining us. Now we'll go to questions. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Yes, I have questions. Maybe I'll start with you, Ms. Johnson. You're still on the line?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I am.
So one of the things I just want to clarify is I hear your concern about the life lease and the fee simple. We're not allowed as council to take into account ownership models or tenancy, as our lawyer here would say. But one of the questions I wanted to ask you was that, so currently the direct control zone that has existed since Touchmark was built allows for a much bigger building with a much more intense footprint. But I think the comment you made was that that would be under one roof. So am I to understand that correctly, that you would prefer to have a single structure with one roof, one entry and exit?
Yes.
Okay. And to what extent does the conversation about, even though that might, okay, so even though that might mean for more residents and possibly more traffic around your residence here, you would just prefer to have a single structure?
Yes, I think that would be better, yes. Yep.
Okay.
And would also not have green space gone, have a little bit of green space, you know?
Yeah, and I hear that for sure. I'm not sure if you saw in the presentation online if it was, or if it came through, but there is a pocket park to the west of the sort of back part of the bungalows. So what I'm going to talk to administration about is creating, or how that is accessed, if it can be accessed. I see Ms. Kirshner shaking her head at me, so I'm going to ask her, because I know she's very familiar with the site. Ms. Kirshner, is that pocket park, so I think that's been identified as an amenity. Is that accessible from the
No.
Touchmark? Okay.
No, in fact, the city came and took away part of that park that was attached to Touchmark. It was done, I think, in 2017. They had to take a piece of it back. And my understanding is it's going to be a dog park or something. I think I've heard something to that effect. But we also had asked, could it be a playground? But at this point, it's totally the city's. We don't access it. It's on the backside. There's no lighting. It wouldn't be, something you could use at night and that. And on that question about the 4-story building or a 3-story building, that building that Maggie was talking about is the one that contained all the amenities, the meeting rooms, the dining room, the fitness rooms, all the things that we are missing now was going to be in that building that they were planning to build. So we never realized it wasn't being built till the city came out with that notice.
Okay, so that, so part of this is it represents a change in the plans of what you had thought was going to be built in terms of a fitness center, additional dining space.
Exactly. It was going to be our lakefront property, and now they've drained the lake.
Yeah.
So we're not getting what we all bought into and we were patiently waiting for and paying our fees towards.
Okay. That's helpful. I've also had some concerns about the height of the building. I thought you might bring that up. I heard from Ms. Wojak that they don't want to go to the 10.5 meters or whatever's outlined in the DC, 10 meters plus. Were this to come, I hear Ms. Johnson's, wants something under one roof. Is a change of height acceptable to you, in your opinion?
What our concern with right now was that the bungalows 1 to 66 are not part of this development. We're all we're all homeowners.
Yeah.
We want our site left at the 6 meters. We don't want it increased to the 10.5. The previous zoning allowed for that 3 or 4-story building with all the amenities in it. Now I understand they have to do this zoning to get all those rental villas in.
Okay. And now I had a question for you, Ms. Yanchuk Flanders, but I think I hear your concern about the transportation and some of the access to Lessard Road. There's one in, one out, and I'm going to ask administration about that on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So that concludes the questions to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so
really
much.
Appreciate it. And
Go Oilers.
well, we can all won't clap, but cheer. Yes, of course. Yeah. Right on. Okay. Now we go to questions to administration. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you. So we heard a number of concerns from residents. I'm not sure I'm going to get through all of that. There's sort of two perspectives here. One is keep the zoning as is that allows a single building. I'm hearing from the proponent that that's not feasible in terms of providing a diversity of housing, I guess, in the area. So maybe I'm looking for your thoughts on why administration is supporting this change of zoning and why the height change to go to the townhouses.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'll go with the easier question first, but essentially the reason for the height change is whenever a DC comes into review, we look to align it with the new zoning bylaw. Excuse me. The new zoning bylaw, the minimum or the maximum height for low density is 10.5, and so that was a request, was to bring that into alignment. Based on the feedback that we heard at the end, we did go back through to look at the communications we had with the residents, and it's all in the same area, and it was saying that the height would be increased, but we could have been more clear. Upon working with the applicant, they're okay to shift that down to 6.5 meters if council so wanted.
Okay.
The other component to that is why we're okay with reducing the density or making the land use change. And essentially, with the new direction from the city plan, with the district plans that are in effect, this is not in an outer corridor. There's nothing specific requiring density in this area. The amenity space that is available internally was actually intended to support a larger population, and so this shouldn't actually be diminishing that. And the DC has requirements to maintain the existing amenities that are in place. So administration was comfortable supporting all of those changes.
All right, thank you. So I may, in new information, I may look to table a change to the DC in terms of that height. But one of the other questions we heard, I think in some of the comments from speakers today, is there's an expectation here when they bought in that amenities would be built out as part of this development. Does the direct control zone as proposed provide any guidance on what amenities may or may not be included in a subsequent build, like in any kind of building on this site?
The amenities that were identified in the original DC have been put in place and are required to remain in place. The additional buildings and those amenities weren't included in the DC itself. Those were potentially part of a future development opportunity, but they weren't delineated within any of the direct control provisions.
Okay. And there was a concern that this direct control zone changed the height of the bungalows. Because it is a change to A, so if we were to reduce the height, it would also impact the bungalows. But because I think the maximum height at this time is 6, going to 6.5 thereabouts wouldn't impact the rights of the homeowners as they exist today in terms of the height of their properties, correct?
That's correct. And again, even if we were to maintain the current DC as is with the 10.5 or the recommended changes that we're supporting, the existing residents are under no obligation to increase the height of their existing buildings. Again, it was just an attempt to bring it into alignment with the overall zoning bylaw, which is standard practice when opening DCs.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that has come up is the pocket, so a desire for other sort of, I'm going to say outdoor amenities. This is functioning as a green space now. The pocket park to the west, southwest of the site is not, do we have plans or is there sort of do we have a sense of what might go there, or is it going to remain as is?
I don't have that information in front of me. That's not part of the existing DC.
No,
wasn't
it's
included in the private amenity spaces. I would also just say that this, a very similar area was analyzed rather recently when we looked at the Wedgwood Heights surplus school site, and this community remains very well served by open space. It has access to the river valley as well as the additional parks that are located around.
I mean, like I hear you there. I think that there might be some mobility concerns with respect to sending a group of seniors down into the river valley, although there's a lovely new path but respectfully, they might see it a little bit differently in terms of what that access is. But we don't. But there's no access from the Touchmark development into that pocket park. However, it is developed.
No,
correct?
there isn't currently, and wouldn't be for the existing residents, and wasn't planned to be for the additional medium density development either.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question in terms of some of the uses listed. So again, in area A, I noticed that it doesn't include supportive housing, for example. I know that that's something that we've tried to consistently include in any zone where residential is allowed. So just wondering if you could talk through that.
Thank you, Councillor. We typically include it anytime there's going to be multi-unit. So again, because we're removing the multi-unit from that portion of the DC, we didn't include it in there for Area A.
My apologies, because I think, you know, in the RS1, or sorry, the RS zone, you know, it just has residential listed, which includes supportive housing. So it just sort of seems like an explicit removal of that, or just wondering why it wasn't just a more generalized residential use.
I can't speak to it more generally, but I do know the practice that we've been employing has been to include it anytime there's multi-unit residential in direct controls. It wasn't an explicit intent to remove it from this zone, wasn't in the original, and because it was emulating the low density, we didn't look to add it here.
Okay, well maybe, okay, because again, in the RS zone, which includes, oh, I see what you're saying. It's because it's only semi and single. Yeah, again, I think this is where we're melding housing form with use as well, which is a bit confusing. But that, I suppose, just at a high level, I think recognizing that DCs are sometimes required for site-specific issues, it seems like there could be value in making them as evergreen as possible. So instead of being specific about what the uses are, saying in alignment with the uses listed in RS or something like that. So just wondering, again, are we sort of limiting the future adaptive use of these buildings by being so prescriptive in the DC?
I think those are good points to take away for consideration, for sure, Councillor.
Okay, and yeah, and I think my memory was that anytime we had residential listed, it would also list supportive housing. Now it's a bit more confusing because supportive housing is included under residential, but something to continue discussing moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please? Just have a question about access. Is there only one access to this complex, or there's one from Lizard?
The access is from Lizard.
There is one? So there's two, right, altogether?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you. Wasn't clear on the map. I just wanted to confirm. Okay.
Yes.
I was just looking at slide 2.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is an access from, I think it's Dalhousie Way. And
Yeah, that's one.
then to Lessard.
So the two access. Okay, got it. Thank you. I will move the second round.
Second.
So that's moved by Mayor Sohi, seconded by Councillor Knack. Any debate? Hearing none, call the vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously.
I will take the chair back. Good. Okay. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm going to table an amendment, which I think I can do right now, and that will allow some speakers to speak on new information. I'll move that Schedule B be amended to delete section 8.2.1.1. The maximum height is 10.5 meters, and replace with section 8.2.1.1. The maximum height is 6.5 meters.
I'll second that. Okay. Can you quickly introduce the please?
One of the things we heard, we sort of heard from two different speakers. One said that they wanted this essentially to remain as is, and others have said that they wanted the height reduced. I think given the change of built form and the diversity of built form, and in deference to what the applicant is asking for. 6.5 addresses the concerns of the homeowners about the potential height, including the height, because this would unintentionally rezone their homes as well, and they want the height kept to fairly close to where it currently is now. And I understand from the applicant, this just does not impact their plans to build a different type of housing in the area.
Thank you. All right, so any additional questions on this? Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
So I can ask questions on the amendment, right?
You can ask questions on the amendment and or other stuff too, if you have.
Just to administration though right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you recommended this, I think I understand, but I just want to confirm my understanding. It's because we know that DC's direct controls are sort of locked in time. And so they don't act, one of the speakers referenced, are changing bylaws. But the DC's, the direct controls, didn't change when we did the zoning bylaw 2001, correct?
That's correct.
And so we try to, when a DC is coming forward, make it at least as in alignment with that.
There are some legal obligations that we have to bring it into alignment, but then there's some additional ones where we try to align based on the policy. So, for instance, height could change because it's a direct control. It wasn't one that we would have to do, but it's certainly one that we would look to consider to make sure that we're keeping it up to date as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But administration doesn't see any concerns with, I think you mentioned this before, you don't see any concerns with reducing it, knowing the intent of the applicant?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to the proponent and members in opposition and to administration or any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councillor, I'm sorry, somebody is not muted. And I saw that. Okay, got it. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
I might give Ms. Kirshner a heads up to come on down because I might have questions. I think I have a question for you, but I'm going to maybe also get Ms. Wojak to come down.
Come to this side here.
But you have time. So while I have you, Ms. Wojak, so you've heard a lot of concerns about sort of the change of plan from the original sort of sales model that Touchmark was looking at and where things ended up now. And it sounds like you're already talking about that additional dining hall. You're quite oversubscribed, it sounds like. It sounds like there's a desire for, I'm going to say, other sort of soft amenities, recreation amenities, fitness center, even your own interior pocket park, which might be barrier-free. Is this new information to you? Is this something you're already exploring?
This is something that we've been exploring actually for almost 2 years now. And when we gave our first presentation to the community last summer, we had shared some ideas of a bar and additional dining venue and some additional amenities. And so, again, all of those things are taken into consideration. We haven't expended the time and money to further those plans pending the outcome of this.
Okay, because you need to know which way the land, you have to start down the design process, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, that's helpful. And again, the 6.5 meter modifier doesn't, or the height doesn't change anything in terms of what your plans for the site are.
No, that's great for us.
Okay, and were this application to pass today as it's sort of proposed here, what's your timeline for engaging with residents about some of those amenities? Do you have something yet?
I don't have a date for that, no, but we would begin the plans immediately. In fact, my design manager is over at the community today working on that. So it's something that we are ready to go on.
Okay, and do you think that conversation would begin before the end of 2025, or are you looking at early 2026?
No, I think we need to have that conversation as soon as possible.
Okay,
Yes.
that sounds like a little bit.
I think it's really good that you brought this up because it's one thing about the dining, but it really is about the fitness and the meeting rooms and everything. We are just, it just hasn't been addressed, and April's been only on here for the last couple of years, so she hasn't heard us asking for this for years up to now, but I do appreciate that they may start listening, thanks to the city here being our little watchdogs. I really appreciate it. And also, I wanted to say that none of the bungalow members, we never realized they were going to touch our bungalows. And because we're the owners there, we took it very personally that all of a sudden somebody, and whether it was the city or whoever in their, I guess in their thoughts, thought it would be better for us. But we are a mobility challenge, single-story, barrier-free facility, so we can't go up higher. It just doesn't work now or in the future. So it's something we all agree on, so I think that's really good.
Okay.
And the only reason we would have kept that other height is we do want some of those facilities.
Okay, so that's helpful. So the 6.5 is amenable to you as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and one of the things I wanted to ask, and I didn't get around to it, was on-demand transit is serving across the street, right? Do you get on-demand over at Hawkstone?
There is a on-demand, it's right across the road, and it does stop at the stop right by Touchmark. The only thing is our bench was taken away.
Okay.
So even if we want to go wait there, they took our bench away, so it's not very easy for seniors to wait there.
Yeah, we can see if maybe we can get something back. And I think this is when I swing to administration. I think we're getting a traffic light right in front of Touchmark across Lessard Road now, right?
Yes, it is a pedestrian signal.
So fully signalized or just a blinking light?
No, there is a flasher today, but it will be a signal.
So it'll be easier for residents not only to cross over to the grocery store, but also to access some of the on-demand transit that's happening from that site.
Correct.
Okay, all right. That is super helpful. Thank you. Thank you all thanks for coming down.
Yeah, and thanks for giving us this opportunity. We really appreciate it. I know you guys put in long days, but we really appreciate you being here.
No worries, we got paid for it, so, to do it, right? So, yeah. And you volunteer on behalf of your community, right? So we want to thank you for sharing your input with us, Okay, that concludes the questions. On the new information, we are ready to close the public hearing on this one.
Vote on the amendment first?
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, we got to include the amendment first, right? So, okay, let's vote on the, okay, we have amendment first. Anyone to speak to the amendment? Councilor Hamilton, do you want to close on the amendment?
No.
Okay, let's vote on, please.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette, are you there? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, here you go. Amendment has carried, is passed. Okay, now we are ready to close the public hearing, right?
Yeah, I'll move closure of item 3.5.
Okay, I'll second. Okay, I second that. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, all right, please vote. Oh, we are closing the public hearing first, yeah. All right, okay. Okay.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.5.
I will second it. And we have we're first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Okay. Councillor Hamilton to close. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I first want to thank all the residents of Touchmark who came out to speak to this. This wasn't the first time we've chatted. Certainly, as soon as this application came forward, residents had a lot of questions about the process. They had a lot of questions about what their rights were, and I think that. And as Ms. Kirshner pointed out, the second time they've been here to talk about what is important to them and to see and to voice their opinion about the proposed development. I also want to thank the city staff who also helped facilitate this conversation through the public meetings. That, as you heard, has been a really important part of helping people understand, residents understand what their community is going through. And thank you to Ms. Wojak, who I put on the spot a bit today, but we also heard about the desire to see more amenities in the area, and hopefully, the good work will continue on that. We were hearing that we heard today that there's a demand for more housing for people who are aging and who want to age in place and age at the community in a community that's close to groceries, that's close to amenities, that's close to one of apparently the best Italian restaurants in the city, if you haven't been, and as well as other amenities, including on-demand transit. And while I think we heard that some of that access could be better, or in some of those opportunities folks are still waiting for, we are hearing about the demand nonetheless. And so on the balance of this is, I don't think that there's a lot of housing models like this in the area, and it gives folks an opportunity to stay in their neighborhood while being able to live in a home that fits their needs. So that hearing that not only is there demand for it, but knowing that there isn't a lot of other opportunities like that, I think that this is something I will be supporting, and I look forward to hearing about the amenities as they get built out. I know that they'll be well used and well loved within the community, and some of the improvements the city staff have worked to make happen in the area will help improve the safety and access for the residents of this space to the larger community. So thank you. I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
I will second it. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
I will second. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of item 21149.
I will second. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So that was 3.5. Now we are going to go to 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, cross-referenced. Again, postponed from May 7th, 2025. Council meeting. We have folks in opposition as well. That's bylaw 21129 to amend the Grange area structure plan, bylaw 21130 to amend the Granville neighborhood structure plan, and bylaw 21131 to allow for a variety of commercial business and medium-scale housing. Granville will go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. This application proposes a rezoning from a direct control zone, DC 1.15753, the small-scale flex residential zone, the medium-scale residential transition zone, RSM H12, and the medium-scale residential, or RM H16 zones, to the general commercial, or CG, and 2 direct control, or DC zones. The application includes proposed amendments to the Grange Area Structure Plan, or ASP, and to the Granville Neighborhood Structure Plan, or NSP, to support the proposed rezonings. Next slide, please. The site is located along the city's boundary, facing Enoch Cree Nation to the west, a Costco to the north, low-density residential to the east, and future low-density residential to the south. A bus stop is located adjacent to the rezoning site and is part of the ETS bus service that operates in Granville Drive and Glastonbury Boulevard. Winterburn Road is part of the neighborhood bike network, while the nearest district connector is on 62nd Avenue. Next slide, please. The site is served by shared pathways, as shown here in the purple, and a network of sidewalks along the collector roadways shown in blue. Heading south from the site, Winterburn Road is currently constructed to an urban standard, only in segmented portions. To ensure the orderly upgrade of arterial roads in the area, the applicant will be required to enter into an agreement with the city to construct the first 2 urban lanes of Winterburn Road from 67th Avenue, 1.2 kilometers south to Hope Road, as well as a shared pathway along the same segment and traffic signals at the Winterburn Road and 62nd Avenue intersection. Sorry, I don't know why I keep saying 67th. Next slide, please. The proposed zones include 2 direct control zones, one of which is a commercial direct control that will accommodate existing retail buildings along Winterburn Road, as well as a berm that provides screening to adjacent residential homes. The maximum allowed building height is 14 meters, and the maximum floor area for this DC is 3.5. The proposed residential DC will accommodate 2 mid-rise apartments that integrate and connect pedestrian infrastructure between the commercial DC and the surrounding neighborhood. The maximum height and FAR of this zone is 23 meters and 1.9 respectively. The proposed CG zone allows for a variety of commercial businesses that range from commercial and office activities to shopping centers and malls within a maximum height of 16 meters and FAR of 3.5. Next slide, please. The applicant engaged with the community with a pre-application notice, and administration reached out using the city's webpage, mailed notices, an online engagement event, and direct communication with residents. Administration also met with Enoch Cree Nation in November of 2022 and maintained correspondence by phone and email throughout the application with no concerns raised by the nation. We heard from 65 community members, with 46 in opposition and 6 in support. Concerns were heard regarding traffic, parking, neighborhood character, privacy, and shadowing impacts. Supporting comments addressed housing supply, economic benefit, and community development. The Glastonbury Community League also expressed concerns on behalf of residents directly north of the site that purchased homes with the expectation of lower density development in the area, traffic congestion, and the inclusion of body rub centers as allowed in the commercial DC zone. Next slide, please. The proposal responded to community concerns by removing the body rub centers from the commercial DC and minimizing sun shadow impacts by moving the mid-rise apartments in the residential DC south. The closest apartment buildings were also reoriented to north-south, and a drive aisle was placed between the apartment and the existing homes to further reduce shadow impacts. To provide mobility options between neighborhood residential and the commercial center on Winterburn Road, the residential DC connects these areas with 3 active mode pathways across the parcel, as marked in blue on this slide. An integrated transition between the residential and commercial DC is also encouraged by activating all sides of the commercial building that is located on their shared border, immediately west of the residential DC. The commercial building is allowed rear main entrances, has a buffer area facing the residential site for outdoor patios, and height limits are placed on potential fencing to maintain sightlines throughout the activated space. Next slide, please. This application includes amendments to the Grange ASP and Granville NSP, updating land use designation policies and statistics to accommodate the proposed rezoning. The proposed amendments, which add the first high-density residential area to the Granville NSP, align direction to provide a variety of housing forms in the neighborhood. The amendments make additional land available for commercial development with no net change in the planned density for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it facilitates more efficient use of land, introducing housing for diversity in the Granville neighborhood, and integrates the community mid-rise residential development with a large commercial site. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will go to the folks in favor. They are going to make a presentation. And Sons to start with, please go ahead.
Hi, could I please have my presentation up? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. We've been working on this application since 2022 with administration and are pleased to be here for Council's consideration. I will speak to the site context, the planning rationale, and proposed land use changes, and my colleague will follow with how the proposal reflects community input through design and infrastructure. Next slide, please. This proposal, next slide, please. This proposal is on behalf of Aldrich Land Corporation, a local developer active in Edmonton since the 1940s. Aldrich's development in Granville started with the adoption of the NSP back in 2007. This project marks the next step toward completing the remaining stages of the Granville neighborhood. Next slide. The site is in West Central Granville, located along the 215 Street arterial, Glastonbury Boulevard, and Granville Drive Collector Roads. The site is adjacent to low-density residential to the north. We're on slide 3 now, thank you. A low-rise multifamily RM H16 zone to the east that's currently under construction, as well as West Granville Center, which is a nearly complete commercial site just to the west. Next slide, please. The surrounding vicinity includes several ETS bus stops, trails, open spaces surrounding the Granville stormwater pond, and shared use paths as indicated by the city presentation. To the east is the K-9 Kim Hung School. Across 215th Street to the west are Enoch Cree Nation lands, including the River Cree Resort and Casino. Next slide, please. Looking back at the history of Granville, this western edge of the neighborhood has always been planned as a mixed-use, mixed-density node, combining commercial services and medium-density housing. The proposed land use amendments support activation of the remaining commercial and multifamily sites in this area, responding to current market conditions that differ from when the NSP was originally adopted. Next slide, please. The ASP and NSP amendments maintain Granville's overall residential density while reconfiguring their location. It is primarily a redistribution of approved density, not an increase. We are proposing consolidating 2 medium density areas that you see in orange on the left into a single site for medium-rise 6-story residential development on the right in yellow. Secondly, we are expanding the commercial direct control area, which you see in blue on the left, to support a new commercial building with strong pedestrian connectivity to the residential site. And thirdly, applying the general commercial zone to the site in red, south of Glastonbury Boulevard, where medium and low density residential were previously planned. The residential site introduces a new DC zone with detailed setback, transition, and pedestrian access regulations. The commercial site continues the West Granville Center with refined rules for building placement and interface. Next slide, please. More specifically, the zoning changes include a new residential direct control, which you see on this slide in orange, with site-specific regulations that include an 18-meter setback from existing homes, underground parking, ground-oriented townhomes with private entries, shared pedestrian connections, and a landscaped interface. Secondly, a minor expansion of the commercial direct control zone, currently in white, but as you see in blue, just a small addition, maintaining those core uses, but also adding regulations for landscape buffering and that pedestrian integration. Finally, the application of the CG zone in red, south of Glastonbury Boulevard. Next slide, please. This proposal aligns with the city plan by enabling compact, mixed use, and connected growth at the neighborhood scale. It supports housing diversity along collector roads, maintains approved densities from the existing Granville NSP and Grand JSP, and provides commercial services to strengthen local accessibility and to support a complete community. Next slide, please. To summarize, this application delivers continued growth within a developing mixed-use node, housing variety through market-supported density redistribution. Thirdly, sensitive integration of medium-rise development into the neighborhood. And finally, improved connections between residential, commercial, and existing mobility networks. So thank you for the time. I'll pass it to Dave to speak to community input and some of the design refinements that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Onishenko.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Council. And thank you, Rain, for your presentation. I want to continue the presentation to speak about the changes and specifically the community engagement that we participated in and engaged with stakeholders and changes to the plan. Next slide, please. So our community started in the summer of 2022 with our pre-application mail out. And our public engagement webpage. Since that time, we've had over 1,000 visits to that page and 72 responded, which we've integrated some of that feedback and interacted with as well. Next slide. Our community outreach also included meetings and emails with the Glastonbury Community League in August of 2022, and Cree Nation as well, gathering that feedback. Integrating it in terms of next slide. So what we heard.
For some, you're in and out. Your audio is not clear, so maybe the headphone you're using, try a different.
How about now? Is that any better?
Yes, it is better.
Mayor Sohi?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, apologies. So concerns about traffic increased on Granville and Glastonbury as well, of which our TIA responds to that and shows that existing infrastructure will be able to support that. The proposed changes, as well as which we alluded to in administration's presentation, the upgrades to 215. Neighborhood character was brought up as a concern, the questions on the scale and height, and then privacy and shadowing from these proposed buildings, of which we've shown in our sun shadow study that has little impact outside of winter solstice, and we've responded accordingly in terms of site design. Next slide, please. What we did here in support was a desire for high quality housing opportunities for downsizing in the neighborhood, in favor of continued commercial development for expanding uses for a growing residential population on the west side. The importance of new housing choice, diversity, affordability in new neighborhoods, and the proposed mixed-use development, the integration of our direct control zones will enhance the community vibrancy, creating kind of a mixed-use hub in the area. Next slide, please. So to show some of the design responses, our initial proposal had proposed 3 10-story buildings. You can see it had a setback of about 4.5 meters on the north side. And with our consultation, we've increased that to 18 meters. We've reoriented the buildings so they now address the street with individual access towards the street at the ground floor. And that height has been decreased again from 10 stories to a total of 6 stories or 23 meters. The commercial site was also reoriented for better internal circulation to create kind of that mixed use component and shared access across the site on either side and through the site as well. Next slide. Additionally, we've integrated design changes to integrate the site better with the residential neighborhood too. So this includes access, as I indicated, for the public through the site with pathways 1.8 meter wide to ensure that walkability and connectivity along with these buildings facing and fronting the street to frame that street frontage. Next slide. So this project design, it integrates these residential and commercial uses cohesively together. It improves the site design, the pedestrian connectivity throughout the site. And it unlocks some of this land that hasn't been developed for more community benefit, even as you can see in kind of what we're proposing is a kind of a pocket park, a dog park there. And responds to public expectations in terms of that future development, bringing housing variety and affordability to the neighborhood. Next slide. Finally, with transportation, a concern that we heard repeatedly was 215th Street, Winterburn Road. And as you council are aware, the construction of arterial roads, those first 2 lanes, are brought on by developers in any new neighborhood. And this being one of the last areas within the basin, it's contingent on these stages developing to pay for that. So part of our reason why this continued for so long since 2022 was negotiations with administration of how these stages would unlock a phased development of 215 Street all the way down to 42nd Ave. With that first stage going to Hope Road. So specifically what we're proposing in front of council today is going to help unlock a bunch of the concerns that we have heard and we know that you have heard about traffic and the infrastructure off-site, for the neighborhood. Next slide. You know what? I'm running out of time. We will leave it there. This aligns with policy as indicated, and we believe that the changes we've made have, the support integrated from the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to David Benjestov.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to answer questions only.
Questions only? Okay, no worries. Okay, questions to folks in favor. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Hi, me again. So I think we're going to hear a lot from speakers in opposition. I think maybe one of the questions, and maybe you answered this, so forgive me if I'm making you repeat yourself. Why? So it's currently a direct control zone. And it has been because I think when the Granville neighborhood came online, which was quite a while ago, that was much more commonplace. You could have gone to a more, ordinary zoning in this. You're still going to DC. Can you speak to why you're not going to a standard zone?
Absolutely. So we are in some case, so the commercial that we're proposing south of Glastonbury Boulevard is a standard zone, general CG, general commercial. The existing commercial site, which we're expanding a little, has a bunch of language in there with the creation of the berm that faces the low density residential area, the way the site was designed. So that has to be preserved. And that is all we're doing with that is a slight expansion of that boundary. So it's really a situation for what is an as-built and ensuring those things. So for example, if this was changed to a standard commercial zone and that language was taken out about the berm that's already constructed or anything else, that wouldn't be going in and removing it, but fear that could be. So it's a legacy item. As for the DC for the multifamily component, that was really to create that good integration of how that can connect and become kind of a mixed use node integrating with the commercial site, as well as ensuring that things like that huge setback that we're proposing on the north edge. These are things that the standard RM zone can't have. And so we worked with administration for a long time on this as something that was contextual to the site and really kind of responded to some of those concerns from the neighborhood to create, the best site plan we can in terms of setbacks and, pedestrian connectivity, the way the buildings address the street. So as you're aware, not a favorite choice in terms of council, but this is a situation where I think it really warranted it. And as a result, we're coming out with a win-win for, residents and assurances, and as well as kind of the city at large, providing a good development opportunity.
All right, that's all I had for now. I might come back on new information, but thank you for the presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to dig in a little bit more just in terms of the connectivity. So I don't know if I'm looking at that drawing incorrectly, and I think it was in administration's report and also in your presentation, but there doesn't seem to be any pedestrian access from Glastonbury Road to the commercial building, sort of in the center of the residential.
I would ask administration to pull up the slide, and then we can discuss that, just so we have a visual to what you're speaking about, Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thanks, always helpful. So he was on slides, oh, okay, we can look at yours, that makes sense. Yeah, there we go. So so if we look sort of in the, so let's look at the Glastonbury Boulevard, sort of at the left. I'm not sure which direction we're facing, sorry. But there is that sort of L-shaped path that comes off Glastonbury Boulevard and goes into the side of the residential building. But it doesn't carry through to the commercial building straight.
Right, I see that. Yeah, and there is, again, I apologize. This diagram really shows the interface between two direct control zones. So, this is really kind of showing some of the paths that are on site as they, I guess, integrate together. We do have proposed, pathways throughout the site there. I can't speak specifically to, where that was. Part of that was us wanting to be able to fence some of that area and that green space, usable kind of amenity space up against the multifamily building there. We talked about using it, say, even for kids playing there and tossing a ball. We talked about fencing in that area so that, it wasn't chasing balls out into the parking lot, for example. But, as for the rest of the area, we can show how we've integrated a lot of those connections through the site, for that pedestrian access. And it isn't just on-site circulation, but through for residents as well throughout the neighborhood.
I appreciate that, and I guess I'm not seeing that connectivity, I guess, from Glastonbury through the site. So just picturing someone coming up, sort of, let's say, taking that crosswalk near where it says Site 1, right? Like, it's just not clear to me how that's connecting in.
Yeah, I would have to go back and check. It doesn't prohibit us from, creating a sidewalk there on the other side of the property line, into, along the front face of those parking stalls connecting to the commercial. Again, this was, like I said, really kind of some of the language or the design diagram from the residential DC. And I'll speak, we can pull administration in on this to speak a bit more to it as well.
Sure. Yeah.
But
yeah, that sounds great.
So
Happy
I'll leave it
to
there.
follow up with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the questions to the proponent. Now we'll go to folks signed in opposition. Chris Benson joining us remotely.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And Justin Peng joining us remotely. Justin Peng, are you there?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. We'll start with Chris Benson. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. I'm going to go fairly quickly through here because we do have a lot to cover. Next slide, please. There are a number of community concerns within the what's proposed. We're going to talk a bit about the existing inventory in Granville itself. And then Justin will also discuss the traffic and safety concerns that we believe the lived experience drastically differs from the traffic impact analysis. Next slide, please. So with regards to the existing inventory, Alder owns several other parcels in Granville. They're undeveloped or underdeveloped. They've been promising development of these for over 7 years. Commercial properties include the Shops of Granville, where the Rexall exists, Granville Station, where there's a Bambini daycare, and West Granville Centre, which is adjacent to the subject property. There are also several medium high density residential properties, including the southeast corner of 6841 Winterburn, a mixed use plan for Shops of Granville, and Stafford Greens that is still about half developed. Next slide, please. So with regards to the Shops of Granville, I've pulled these maps from the realtor marketing the property for Aldrich, and they've changed very little since 2018, only to update the dates for when that next phase is coming. As you can see, this is already approved for a mixed use, which would be a 7-story building, commercial ground floor, and then residential above, and the further development of some other commercial on that property. Next slide, please. The Granville Station property is fully leased currently, and has been since 2021, and yet they do not feel the need to develop that other corner of the lot where they've been marketing that since at least 2023, and there's been no progress on that property since 2020. Next slide, please. West Granville Centre itself is also not fully occupied. The current marketing materials show that there is 6,300 square feet of commercial space available immediately, and has been marketed as such since mid-2024. Additionally, there is 13,000 square feet of available planned space within the current zoning. This requires absolutely no change to the zoning or subdivision that they're proposing currently. Next slide, please. The medium high density residential, this was a 7-story residential apartment building that is planned for a 6 stories of residential over top of commercial. This has been, again, coming soon since 2017, including an obelisk to lead us home, as the Granville marketing materials have presented, and that has also failed to materialize. Next slide, please. In January of this year, Aldrich came before council to have the corner of Granville Link and 62nd Avenue rezoned to RMH23 that would also facilitate a similar medium high density residential to what they're proposing in this application. Again, no further development has happened to my knowledge on that. Next slide, please. And finally, Stafford Greens. Phase 1 was built in 2015. Phase 2 has been marketed since 2017, and marketing seems to have stopped, and no changes have happened to that site since 2015. This is a 4-story apartment style condominium. Again, suitable for what they're talking about in terms of having residential options, but no development has taken place there. Next slide, please. What there is no inventory of is low density residential. All low density residential lots have been purchased and built. There is, and this application actually takes away some low density residential properties. So that's counter to what we'd prefer. And then next slide, please. Finally, the other unknown is Enoch Cremation. They are developing rapidly along Winterburn Road and currently seem to be working on the commercial side of that. It very much seems as though Aldred is trying to sneak this in so as to get just a bit more commercial space before that all closes down. So thank you, and I'll pass it on to Justin.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Justin Peng next. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for having me, Council. I'm here to speak about the serious traffic and safety issues that would result. Next slide, please. That would result from the proposed zoning change. We've already seen a preview of the impact. Construction crews working in the area have occupied Granville Drive, and traffic is already backing up. Many residents, myself included, believe the traffic study provided by the developer does not reflect the reality we live with daily. Even now, it's difficult to safely turn onto Granville Drive. This will only get worse with further development. Many residents have shared their concerns about traffic conditions on the community Facebook page. Key routes like Winterburn Road, as well as access points to Whitemud Drive and Anthony Henday, are frequently congested. As a result, drivers are cutting through Glastonbury Boulevard right next to a school to avoid these bottlenecks, often speeding and putting pedestrians at risk. This directly contradicts the city's Vision Zero commitments. Where no loss of life is acceptable and safety must come first. We should not wait for a tragedy to take place in order to take these risks seriously. Next slide, please. With the addition of on-street parking, visibility will drop and large vehicles will struggle to pass safely, creating a serious risk for collisions. This is a picture of how it currently looks like in the McEwen area. Next slide, please. We've seen the consequences of poor planning before. In Crestwood, residents opposed a development that went ahead anyway. Now emergency vehicles can't even access the site during an emergency. Are we willing to repeat that mistake? This proposal also removes the buffer from the commercial and residential zones, making it easier for crime to happen by allowing easier access to the neighborhood, putting families at risk. Next slide, please. The height and scale of the proposed buildings are completely out of character with the area. No one of the buildings in the Hamptons, Granville, Glastonbury, or Grange exceed 4 stories, except one, which is set far back with proper separation from homes. This proposal from Clarity and Aldred offers none of that. Next slide, please. City administration's initial recommendation ignored existing bylaws, and during consultation, an official made factually incorrect claims, such as saying solar panels don't work in the winter when discussing the impacts of shadings. These missteps undermine the trust in the process and demand a proper bylaw compliant review. Next slide, please. So this presentation was completed a few weeks, well, in a span of a few weeks after we got notification of this meeting. So since we first put out this meeting 2 months ago, we've actually gathered 293 signatures from residents opposing this rezoning. That's a clear message. This plan doesn't fit our community. Next slide, please. So I've included a number of comments that we received, but the general consensus among residents is this isn't about inconvenience, it's about infrastructure, livability, and safety. For now, what I'll do is I will ask to skip to the proposed alternative measure slide. So we have proposed 2 measures. One is to allow the ASP, NSP variants to reduce the overall neighborhood density. And the second is insist that Aldred develop correctly zoned properties before this request is considered. In summary, the proposed zoning change raises fundamental issues of traffic congestion, public safety, planning integrity, and neighborhood compatibility. We ask Council to consider these concerns seriously and to reject the proposed change in the interests of our community safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Keep. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you both for coming today, and I know this is your second time here to discuss this file. I think you've raised some questions that I'm happy to bring to administration for some clarity. One of the principal concerns I heard was concern about traffic congestion and traffic safety, both on 215 Street and sort of Glastonbury Road and interior to the Granville neighborhood. Has the proponent talked to you at all about any of the limitations that they have or any of their plans for further building out the transportation infrastructure in this neighborhood or in this development if it were to proceed?
We did have conversations with the city planner a little bit about that. The changes are not substantial. We're talking about changing from 1 lane each direction to 1 lane each direction with a curb. And that would be the change made to Winterburn, which is really not enough. Right now, like before the townhouses started being developed behind me here, I could watch Winterburn Road and it was routinely backed up halfway to 62nd Avenue from the Glastonbury Boulevard intersection. So, you know, these changes are insufficient to answer those traffic concerns unless we're going to be putting in that 2nd lane in each direction.
All right, and we can ask about that because I would agree with you that Winterburn Road is heavily congested at times, and I think my colleague Councillor Knack would agree that it's to the north that's been an issue for both of us. One of the things that I also, I guess I have to put some caution around this. I can't necessarily, council can't compel a proponent or landowner to develop other sites in the city or even in a NSP before they choose to proceed with another site. So I hear that point and I'll confirm that with administration, but I just want to sort of manage expectations with that respect.
Sure, begging your pardon, Councillor Hamilton, it's not that we're insisting that it be developed, it's that one of our proposed solutions to this is that council say, you know what, this change isn't ready for now because we have this other inventory that needs to get taken care of before we make this change in thinking that there's a need for it. And this was one of the reasons we answered that in this way, is that it was made clear to us that the city's reason for rejecting a change like this is one of the big reasons is existing inventory in the immediate area.
Yeah, so that's a helpful clarification. Thank you for that, Mr. Benson. So looking at the proposed height right now for the residential, we're looking at 23 meters. I don't know that that is much taller than what is currently allowed. I was just looking to see if I could pull the...
Currently H12.
H12 to 23. So I believe then that goes from like 3 stories to 6 stories thereabouts. But the proposal before us right now is to, instead of having 2, I would say like 3 to 4 story buildings, you would have 1 5 or 6 story building thereabouts with, and I understand that this proposal sort of steps back from the adjacent residences. You're concerned about the height, no matter what its proximity to the adjacent residences are. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that's. I mean, even with how it is stepped back, the space was marketed to the existing residents as a as a townhouse development of 2.5-story-ish type thing, and that was the expectation for what people would be building behind them.
Okay, and certainly I understand if residents have an expectation that something's going to sort of look a certain way adjacent to their new home purchase. It can be quite jarring to hear. Thank you for those clarifications. I will seek some clarity from administration and the proponent on new information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So that concludes the questions to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And now we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Hamilton, you want to start?
Thank you. So one of the concerns that we heard, let's start with the traffic piece. There's concerns about access not only into this development and the commercial portion, but also the development along 215 Street. Could you talk to me, or could you explain how how the roadway on 215 Street might progress? I think there's some, I'll say some anxiety, and I'm not projecting that onto the residents here, but there's been a desire really to see that Winterburn Road go to 2 lanes. Is that part of the plan, and how will that or other transportation plans for this area proceed, and when?
So as mentioned in our presentation, 215 Street will be upgraded to an urbanized 2-lane cross-section. So today it is a rural cross-section with ditches on both sides, on one side actually. And from the safety perspective, it is not up to the standard, carrying substantial amount of traffic. So the upgrade is the urbanized 2 lanes as per the city standard.
Does the city pay for that, or does that come into the ARA?
That is through the ARA, and developer will be doing that upgrade.
And so, yeah, so that means that if that is going to happen, it's sort of a cart horse type. For folks listening, the ARA would have to, the ARA requires that a certain amount of development happens to unlock the funding in order to do the work, correct?
Typically, it is tied to a development subdivision, and once that comes forward, then city has the ability to condition that.
And in this case, is that tied to the commercial or the residential portion in this tranche of land, or both?
It is tied to the residential portion, which is the substantial one, because commercial, most of it is already built. Okay.
That is helpful clarification. I just noticed that I know I look like Andrew Neck, but I am not indeed Andrew Neck. Same area of town, different hair volumes. Sorry. The other thing I want to ask you about was transportation permeability, because we're hearing that there's a lot of volume on Granville, on Glastonbury Road, and coming out of the neighborhood. Is there a plan for added road capacity interior to the neighborhood?
So the collector road network is already built out. What happens is, as it connects to the adjacent arterial with 215 Street, Glastonbury Boulevard is slated to be signalized once those volumes are warranted. So that's the improvement that happens when it is needed.
All right, that's helpful. I also, right now, the residential is proposed to go to 23 meters. Thumbing through my notes here, I couldn't find the current height. One of the speakers said it's 12 meters. Is that it's going from about 12 meters thereabouts to 23?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. As part of this, was a sun shadow study required?
It was.
All right, and what, if any, impact was there on the adjacent properties or the neighborhood from the shadow?
Sorry. If the clerks could please pull up slides 11. So again, here you can see the shadowing study for spring and summer as it moves through. And again, with the building being reoriented the way it is, It speeds up the passing of the shadow through the yards of the adjacent properties. And by it being drawn further back with that additional setback, again, that helps to minimize it. If the clerks could pull up slide 12. This will bring us to the fall and winter. Obviously, winter is when we'll have the greatest shadowing effects on this.
Oh, okay, but yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't realize they weren't looking at the slide yet. My apologies. Slides 11 and then 12. You'll need to reload the slide. Sorry, they're hidden in the previous version. You just need to reload the slide and represent. Thank you for your patience, Councillor.
I'm here all day.
See it, it's right there.
Maybe while I wait for that, I think Councillor Stevenson's going to pick up on this. We've been talking a lot about traffic permeability. There's some question about pedestrian traffic interface and pedestrian permeability. What, if any, sort of contiguity will we see on this site, especially with respect to the commercial and the school sites to the north and the south?
So, Councillor, within the DC, there are regulations that requires pedestrian connectivity to the adjacent neighborhood shared pathways and sidewalks. And there is also, as shown on one of the figures within the DC, an interface between the commercial and the residential. I would say the question that was being asked earlier in terms of the connection at the southwest corner, there is a gap there which is currently identified as a landscape area, but that building and that commercial pocket can be accessed through another shared pathway that is on the site.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And we see the shadow impacts. I think I'm out of time though, so I might have to defer.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I want to go back to 215th Street, so Winterburn Road. So you mentioned right now the trigger point. We have two-lane arterial road. Because this neighborhood structure plan was approved in 2007, was that before or after they would require to do a 4-lane road? So essentially, who's going to be required to get it to 4 lanes at the appropriate time?
So this is a boundary road as well.
Yeah.
And typically boundary roads are only 2 lanes under ARA, and the 2 lanes is adjacent municipality or city in somehow.
So at the moment, what you're saying is that this road would never be beyond 2 lanes unless the city required to or put money into it.
The adjacent Enoch development looks like to be the trigger for the additional 2 lanes.
So they might be required to do 2 more lanes, okay.
Yeah.
Which is similar to the issue that we're dealing with on White Mud west of 215th Street. Okay. But we have zero control over that. It's correct then? Like that would solely be up to them? I may be misunderstanding.
Definitely there are ways that city currently is coordinating and collaborating on White Mud, so similar kind of a process needs to occur at 215 as well.
Okay, so there's currently, because I know the conversation is happening on the White Mud piece, there's no conversation on anything south of essentially the Costco entrance right now with Enoch about when or if they will do any additional roadway upgrades.
Not in my knowledge.
Okay.
Councillor, it's just Travis here over on.
There we are.
Right
yes.
here.
Hi.
So in terms of 215, yes, Enoch has some development plans there, but I think the clear answer is if 215 wants to be upgraded, it's at the city's responsibility.
That's what I was, I think we should probably be blunt about it on that. Okay. So, recognizing the amount of people that have moved in south of White Mud, I guess that's the question I'm trying to sort of figure out here, because I get 215th to the north is our responsibility, and we'll have a separate conversation at the end of the month still. Because I do think it's somewhat connected to this, so I'm still going to ask the question. We're going to have a conversation about that still. Everything to the north and the White Mud and all that stretch.
It depends how that moves forward.
Okay. I hope it moves forward to the end of the month. Okay, good. So, and why this matters and is tied to this connection point is that I think the traffic volume that we would expect to the south of the White Mud is going to be comparable to what we have to the north, even though Rosenthal and Seacourt exist and Enoch might not have the same residential development. There are more communities to the north that are being built to a similar level of density, and so I guess I'm just, do we believe that should ultimately be in a world where this wasn't the edge of the boundary, we would probably want to be planning for this to be a 4-lane road all the way south of White Mud still too, wouldn't we?
So it is planned for 4 lanes. However, as you noted,
there is no
who
money.
pays and when pays is in flux right now. And that is part of the mobility network analysis that's done in terms of prioritization of those asks. And that's usually, and that I think is slated for Q1 of next year.
I don't know if this is too late of a question to ask, but like, are there, since you, Mr. Saeed, mentioned that once we go to the boundary, we only ever require the developer to do a 2-lane road. I mean, I guess the ship has sailed, but that feels like something we should probably talk about for other spots that are at the edge of the city, south side, other spots that, with the amount of people living in those areas, it feels like that was maybe a decision point from likely a few decades ago that's not as relevant as it is today. Correct?
Correct, but it also follows, as you mentioned, historical practices on how we deal with boundary roads and how other counties and municipalities deal with boundary roads.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor, if I could assist.
Yeah.
Jamie Johnson here. The arterial roadway bylaw is an offsite levy, and it's based on benefiting areas. That's why they only do 2 lanes, because you have to legally have the whole benefiting area contribute, and the other half, the benefits, is not in the municipality. So
I get the legal rationale. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the practical, operational impact of everything that we're building. None of your fault. This is decades-old land use decisions. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Maybe just picking up on Councillor Hamilton's broader question around connectivity, and then I've got that one question as well. But any comments on that first question?
Yeah, if the clerks could bring up slide number 6, please. Perfect. Thank you so much. So just one of the things to note, so the areas in blue are the shared paths. The land use directly to the south of the site on the western portion of it is the CG, and so unlikely to be a primary contributor in terms of people that are walking to access this. And then there is the access through both the sidewalk and the pathway from the southeast. So if they're coming up along that street, they could continue across it and then access it from the, I'm sorry, I can't see the name, Granville Drive, I believe. Yes. Sorry. I don't know if you have something to add.
No, that's, as I mentioned, the access from Granville Drive or the Glastonbury Boulevard, there are those sidewalks shown in blue or purple, and then there's a small portion between the 2 buildings that is landscape area, and there is no direct connection, but
Yeah, and I guess I'm just not clear on that reasoning. Understanding, I hear what you're saying in terms of the south is, there may not be a lot of people.
And Councillor, we have to also keep in mind this is again conceptual. The regulation also speaks to connectivity and permeability through the site. So there is ability to look for better connectivity internally once the development permit comes in.
Okay, well, and that was my other question as well. I just wanted a bit of clarity. I noted that the language in the direct control talked about, the 1.8 meter public pathway connections must be provided as shown on Appendix 3. And normally we have wording like as generally aligned with Appendix 3, whereas this seemed to be, it's Appendix 3 exactly as provided. So I don't mind that specificity, but just want to ensure that doesn't preclude additional pathways or walkways that might be provided.
It does not preclude additional. It has to be at a minimum what is provided for here. I also just wanted to draw attention, there is one additional kind of feature that's a little bit different than the RM zone, which is that the main entrance from the building is at the back. So while there's street frontages for all of the existing residential on the public streets, the access from the building on a whole can still access it from the rear through that pathway.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, it's really just, again, that connection up from Glastonbury Boulevard, even if it's not that many people, just there's a crosswalk there. If you want to be, like if you're coming up that crosswalk and want to get to the shared use path at the top of the site, there's just no direct way to do that. And that's those kind of like micro connectivity pieces that I think are so critical in walkability, in that being a reasonable way to navigate. So I'm hearing that it doesn't preclude additional walkways from being added, and so maybe I'll just ask the applicant new information about their intent to potentially add that link in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that concludes questions to administration. When we come back at 3:45 after the break, we will start with questions on the new information. Good. Thanks. Council colleagues, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright is here now.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Hamilton is here now. Councillor Rice. And Councillor Jans. Okay, we have quorum. Now we were to, at this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration, folks in favor and opposition on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think my question is to Mr. Onashenko, or actually maybe perhaps this is a good time to pose a question to Mr. Benjesdorf. We heard some concerns about the transportation network, 215 Street inclusive, but also some of the safety permeability around the site. I'm wondering if you could speak to that a bit more. Or maybe that's to Mr. Onashenko, which one of the proponents could, or speakers in favor could speak to that. I think we might be having some sound issues in the room. Here. Mr. Onashenko or Mr. Benjesdorf, did you hear the question?
I did not.
Okay.
There you go.
I think.
We'll start the time again, please.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah.
Or anything.
My question to Mr. Onashenko or Mr. Benjesdorf is, we heard some concerns from the speakers in opposition about traffic and as well as some of the, I'll say, permeability for traffic and traffic management around the site. I'm wondering if you could speak to those concerns.
Sure. I mean, I'll speak on a couple different levels. One, in terms of spoke
can
to.
you take off your earbuds, please? There you go. Thank you.
They're not being friendly to you today.
There you go.
They're not. No, thank you. So the construction of 215, which is something that is starting next year as part of the phases of these developments that Aldrich's going to be doing. And I understand, concern brought up by the residents. It's 1 lane to 1 lane, but it's to an urban standard. And is that first stage? Future stages in terms of accommodation will, as was addressed, be addressed by the city. Along with a continuation of Granville Drive going south as that collector road, as some of these future phases come online, which are being planned, which will start this year, that contain some of the additional low density housing will help with that. And then also in terms of permeability on the pedestrian one. So as was brought up by administration, approval of the zone as it is right now doesn't preclude us from adding some of those additional connection points. And I would encourage that's something that we can further discuss at the development permit stage. What wasn't shown on that slide is, the great pedestrian connection that we have throughout the site existing as it is right now, that Aldrich does, I should say, and how the pedestrian pathways as shown and as even, hypothesized by Councillor Stevenson would be connected to that. So, I think that kind of addresses it. Obviously, new neighborhoods have transportation pressures, and that exists all throughout the city, and figuring out a way to manage that with existing infrastructure, and what will come is obviously a bit of a transition point. And to one point, I want to bring this up again. What we're proposing is no additional net residential density from what existed previously. So these units would exist in the previous iteration, just in a different form versus this in terms of residential density, whereas the commercial, that access is more external. So the changes being proposed aren't adding to that. That would happen no matter how it's developed. But again, these are the iterations and things we're trying to consider and address with especially these off-site levies and site refinement as proposed.
So thank you for that. And there may be folks with other questions on that. The other thing I wanted to ask is about the, some of the speakers brought up concern that when they purchase their homes in the area or the vicinity of this development, they were expecting something a little bit lower intensity in terms of, like they were talking 2.5-story townhomes. Now, when you're going to 23 meters, even though I think you outlined that you're still going to see front exit, like you're going to still have ground level exits for some of the units, it's going to be of a higher intensity. Could you speak to some of the is there step backs? I know that you've moved the development sort of further away from the existing residential to mitigate the impacts of shadow and massing, but I'm wondering if you made any additional changes to the architectural design of the building to mitigate that, the massing impact.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't speak right now without it in front of me to the addition of any step backs as well. But in terms of language within there, talking about breaking up the facade, both in materials, in iterations in terms of the building facade, colors, things like that. I mean, I think the example we showed of what the proposed development at this time looks like shows a great example of how it fits well. To the question though about changing land uses, the reality is, these are living plans and they respond to market demand. And the reality is we're seeing a desire for a whole bunch of different more forms of housing typology in neighborhoods. And this is to address some of that need and add price points as well that work within that neighborhood. So
thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any other questions? I see none. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
Yeah, I'll move closure of item 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded it. Okay. All right, please vote.
Looking for Councillor Salvador, I think.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I didn't even notice until you heard your radio voice. Yeah. Okay.
I will move first reading of items 3.6, 3.7, 3.8.
Second.
Okay. All right. We have first reading on the floor. To speak, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Looking at this specific application, I'm going to talk about traffic right away, but just on terms of the specific application, the report does show, and I think we've heard through Councillor Hamilton's questions, that really what we're talking about is not a change in really the unit count or density. We're really talking about the built form change. And so looking at this, because I normally don't like amending neighborhood structure plans so late in the life of a community because people have bought in and gone through that. This doesn't feel like it's going to be any net negative impact, and arguably this change probably is slightly more beneficial from a built form and design, if not neutral. So from that context, I think this is a reasonable change. And just wanted to flag that because I've gone through some exercises in some new neighborhoods where they've looked for a very drastic change, and that's a different story, but that's not what we're facing right now in front of us. I will just flag, and again, not a reason to say no to this application because, again, we're not talking about a different unit count, but there is a massive traffic issue on this road in this part of the city. I know that's not unique in every new suburban area is dealing with it, but I just want to flag, I think, some unique considerations and things we need to be aware of. 215th Street, just to the north of White Mud, was approved under an old set of rules back in the 1980s, 1990s, when we didn't require a 4-lane arterial road because that wasn't the boundary of the city. 231st is a little further. And so we have had this obligation to widen that road, and it just hasn't happened, and we're well past the point of what we would normally see for traffic volume to justify this. And that's not just an issue to the north, it's absolutely an issue to the south where we're talking about right now, between the Costco and River Cree and everything. It is just a mess at all times of day now. It is a bit of a disaster point. And so it's going to take a little bit of creativity to solve all these challenges. I got clarification from administration after the break that we will be having a conversation about White Mud. So the land adjacent to this from White Mud from Lewis Estates Boulevard to 231st Street and then Winterburn Road north of White Mud at June 30th at a public hearing. And even within that conversation, not to get too far down a path, it's probably not going to solve what we're talking about now because there's still going to be issues with what's being proposed, and we don't even have a plan to get this roadway to a full 4-lane road, which it probably should be based off how much growth has happened to the south. So this is just me really saying out loud, it's very frustrating experience to figure out how we're going to keep up with the growth of the city. And again, not a reason to say no to this specific application, but I think we should keep on our radar if there's other new developments, especially further to the south, what we might need or might not need to allow us to not essentially dig a worse hole. I feel like we're so far down a path that is a decades-old problem. It's going to take us a while to get out of it. Let's not make it worse. This doesn't make this specific issue worse. It's just still really, really challenging for everyone to navigate. And stay tuned for a conversation June 30th where we'll talk a lot more about this and hopefully come up with a bit of a plan to start getting us in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton.
I'm just to close, so making sure no one else wants to speak. So I will be supporting this today, though I first want to first and foremost, I should really thank the speakers in opposition who came out to speak to the file and for their patience because they too waited all last public hearing for the opportunity to speak. And I thank them for also bringing forward some of the issues that we've been struggling with in sort of southwest Edmonton for quite some time, relating to the rapid pace of growth, the tension. I would say the vast majority of folks use a personal vehicle to get around. And though the transit is good and improving, it's just sort of the nature of the design of the space that people just, and I know this from experience, it's really hard to leave Costco with $300 worth of groceries on your bike. You at least need something like Councillor Jans has, something a little bit with more capacity. But I think Councillor Knack has also highlighted one of the big challenges we've had with respect to improving road capacity. This isn't just the ARA that improves road capacity, but we're actually going to need an intergovernmental conversation between multiple orders of government in terms to improve that access for everyone. There is a little tiny bit of hope on the horizon. One of the things that is also inducing demand in this area is that the only connections between 215th Street and 199th Street really come on, you can kind of squeeze through on 46th Avenue, but I think they're discouraging that now. There's also 62nd Avenue, which is in this subdivision, or you can go all the way down to Edgemont Boulevard and then 23rd/Muskego. And I understand in the next couple of years, Lessard Road is also going to get a through connection to 15th Street. So that should take off some of the demand where people have to take 62nd Avenue, for instance, in order to go north. But nonetheless, it doesn't reduce the long-term demand for a 4-lane road. I was also pleased to hear that there's going to be some pedestrian or some better connectivity into the site, and that is on the radar of the proponent. Respectfully, I will be supporting this application, and thank you to everyone who came out and spoke today. And now you will not hear anything from me again for a while. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So please vote.
Councillor Jans? Yes, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will move third reading of bylaws 21129, 21130, and 21131.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are on to our next item, which is 3.9. Charter Bylaw 21144 to amend the city plan postponed from May 7th, 2025 City Council public hearing. Exempted by Councillor Principe. Councillor Principe, do you need a presentation from admin?
No, I do not.
And you have questions to admin, right? Because there's no one in
Yes, I
opposition
just
or
have
in favor. Go ahead.
a fairly quick question, I believe. I guess my concern is we're always discussing housing options and ensuring that we have all forms of housing and types of housing. I just want to make sure that if this amendment passes, there's still going to be larger homes on larger lots, such as multifamily homes, still being permitted. It will still accommodate that type of housing.
That type of housing would still be available through the zones that would be provided in alignment with the density targets. This would not preclude housing choice from being provided in our developing neighborhoods.
Okay, sorry to make you come all the way down here just for that, but I just wanted to ensure that it wasn't going to preclude that housing form with these density targets.
That's correct, Councillor. It would be very, very similar to what we're seeing today, where industry would be providing a housing mix as they currently do in order to meet their density targets.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Just because you're here, really appreciate the work. You know, I will confess, I have a recollection of there being density targets in the metropolitan core in the regional growth plan. I note that they're not carried over through this amendment. Do we feel that that's important in any way, just in terms of some of our infill goals? Or again, I think the report mentions the 50% requirement kind of covers that off.
Yes, the targets that you're referring to are covered off by the 50% intensification target, as well as the nodes and corridors. So that was reviewed and determined to be in alignment with the previous growth plan at the time that the REF process happened through the city plan approval.
Right.
So.
And then we do also have those density targets in city plan around nodes and corridors, for example, in Center City.
Yeah, so the city plan establishes some minimum density aspirational targets for the different nodes and corridors.
Perfect, and that's more effective, that's more meaningful than sort of those blanket ranges that they used to have for the different parts of the city in the growth plan.
Yeah, so I believe it's Schedule 6 in the former EMRB growth plan where those aspirational targets were placed, and like Trevor said, through the regional evaluation framework process when the city plan was adopted, it was noted that the nodes and corridors minimum density aspirations met those, and so we're still hanging on to those, so we don't need to do it twice.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you for the work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I did just have one question about the new page. I believe it's 6B, under the minimum residential greenfield development density. It says that in a neighborhood structure plan, there may be lower than minimum residential greenfield development density as long as the variation of the neighborhood structure plan does not exceed 5 dwelling units per net residential hectare below the required minimal residential greenfield development density. And so I just wanted to break that down so I understand. I'm going to tell you what I think I understand, but then you can let me know if I'm correct or not. So it's basically saying, sort of to Councillor Principe's point, you can have lower density in certain parts as long as the overall neighborhood still meets the density targets. So it's like you're not looking parcel per parcel or like certain section by section, but the totality. So if somebody comes for an amendment to, let's say, go from medium density to single detached or RSF, you would still be looking at the totality of those density targets.
So that's correct, Councillor. The minimum the minimum density can drop 5 dwelling units per hectare, up to 5 dwelling units per hectare below what the requirement is for the area structure plan. So the key is that the area structure plan still has to meet whatever minimum was in place at the time that the plan was approved, allowing for some variation at the neighborhood structure plan level.
Yeah.
Councillor, this was an attempt to capture some of the legacy plans that were adopted prior to 2016 when the EMRB, when the growth plan was adopted, and there was some.
I think that's point C. I'm asking about point B.
Councillor, if I can help, the way I interpret this is as you've said. So a neighborhood structure plan could be below the minimum so long as it doesn't affect the overall minimum of the ASP. Because NSPs are a subset of ASPs.
Yeah.
Yep.
And why, so sorry, why did we add, and I know that we're trying to transition stuff from the EMRB and now embed it in our city plan, but it is new. And I do have a little bit of uncomfortableness that, certain neighborhoods within within that broader umbrella could be a lot less dense. And I feel like there could be, some unintended consequences.
This is not new, Councillor. This is brought forward from there's 3 different sources. There was the growth plan, the regional evaluation framework, and the REF toolkit. Mm-hmm. So the amendment before us is carrying forward an amalgam of the 3 of those sources. So this is representing our closest take on like for like.
do we think that like for like is optimal? So like, yes, we had the EMRB, we don't have that anymore. We can chart our own path. I'm legitimately asking if we think that, because I don't think how we've grown as a city we've discussed has not been sustainable. Should we be just taking like for like?
The question of whether it's optimal, Councillor, is not necessarily what we were considering through this response. We're responding to a motion which we understood to be transfer forward the existing permissions.
And I think I get that, and I just want to make sure that and I wouldn't want to hold that up today necessarily based on, I know the direction of the motion you were given. I guess I'm more contemplating, is there a subsequent that needs to happen here?
Councillor, it's Travis here. Just in terms of how Trevor explained the totality of the amendment representing the three different sources, the REF, the MRB, internally how we calculated that, that's all been based upon years of application experience. So as these applications do come through, we are still building out areas that are subject to the old capital regional growth targets.
I know.
That are 35 instead of 45.
Yeah.
So trying to go back and then have them meet new density targets is not possible given the infrastructure requirements and how the neighborhood was planned out in the first place. So what this does is it allows those neighborhoods to be built out as planned.
No, I think you're misunderstanding my question. I'm going to have to come for another round.
Okay, can someone move second?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Okay, I'm going to try this again. I'm not asking about Part C. So Part C says that any municipal plan adopted before 2017 is exempt from policy 2326. I understand the premise of that one. So I just want to make that clear. My question is around Part B, in which we are saying that in an overall umbrella of a structure plan for, not an NSP, but an ASP, that will hit the density targets, but any one neighborhood within that post-2017 maybe doesn't have to. That's how I'm reading B, as long as the totality of those neighborhoods do.
This is correct.
Yeah, and so why wouldn't we have the same density targets for every neighborhood? Can you walk me through why that is beneficial to continue to allow that flexibility? Because 45 is our minimum, not where we actually like end up being, and a lot of neighborhoods are actually above that, right?
That's what we've been experiencing, Councillor, yes.
So why would we want to continue having some neighborhoods allowing, if we're creating density targets, why at the neighborhood level would we want to potentially have some neighborhoods that are only developing at 35 or 40 and others that are developing at 65?
So even though C talks about plans that were previously adopted, B also applies to those.
Okay.
So we need to honor the plans that council has debated and adopted. And we're providing some clarity to our applicants in the future in terms of what will happen when that variation of the density moves a little bit by the 5.
So B would not apply to new, so let's say we approve, because we know we are having conversations about south of 41st. We have those structure plans coming forward potentially at some point. And we approve a structure plan. Does B apply?
The overall density target of 45 applies. So we just had a new NSP that council adopted in the last few months. And it was the first one that on an NSP stage was hit the 45. And so any new NSP or any, even at the ASP stage, we will be looking for that 45 to be hit. It's required.
So any new one, not just at the ASP, at the NSP level, so this B would not apply?
B applies for when we're amending
Historical.
existing plans, not
historical.
adopting new plans.
Okay, no, that's good clarity for me. That was my misunderstanding, because it does not, it said in Part C that it was specific to anything approved pre-2017, right?
Sorry, say that again? Apologies.
It does, I think I have the clarity I need, and I know we have a packed agenda, so I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions to administration. There's no one in opposition or in favor, but I will still ask if council members have any questions to administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Nope. All right, we are ready to close the public hearing on this one. Okay.
I'll move to close the public hearing on item 3.9.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.9.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? No. Councillor Stevenson.
Really briefly, just want to thank the team for the work on this. I think this is a really great way for us to carry forward the
Sorry,
strength.
so just hold on.
It's okay.
I misspoke.
Okay. So sorry then. I'm so sorry, Councillor Salvador. Go ahead, please.
Probably about to say similar things. But I'll just be really brief as well. And I just want to take a moment to thank administration for bringing this work forward. And yeah, reflecting on the policy gap that was created because of the dissolution of EMRB. I think this is just an important step to really embed those density targets into our planning framework as well. As we work towards long-term fiscal sustainability, we know that the way we grow is inherently linked to that. And it was really exciting to see, I know we didn't select it, but it was a few public hearings ago, plan come forward that actually hits that 45, which was really exciting. So again, huge kudos to the team for doing this work, and to Councillor Stevenson actually for initiating this body of work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I think I wanted to kind of maybe chime in here to kind of recognize how important the growth plan at that regional level was, and setting that target from a while ago. And while the provincial government dismantled the regional board, it's really important to carry some of these forward. As far as I know, we're the only municipality that is initiating this bylaw change, and I hope others might follow, because I think there are benefits. The Kendall NSP and the Integrated Infrastructure Management Plan demonstrated that for the first time as an entire neighborhood structure plan to achieve this level of target. It also showed the case for growth, and I like to see, I like to make sure that is the new standard going forward. So thanks to many, but I just wanted to highlight the importance of this conversation that was started at the regional board and why that was important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I think my colleagues put it very, very well and captured the two most important parts, just in terms of filling that policy gap in our own policies, and also really embedding and carrying forward the value of that regional work that has happened in the past. I hope we continue on this line and continue to build those regional partnerships ongoing as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, please vote.
have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Thank you.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 21144.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Okay. Let me see if we got quite a few items to deal with still, and we have about 3.5 hours. Next item will be 310, then on which we have speakers. 311 we have speakers. I want to see, I know Councillor Stevenson exempted this, 312 and 313, 314, but she doesn't have any questions. The public speaker, Dennis Thomas, you are in favor. You might want to make a presentation, or you here to just show your support and be available for questions? Because if there's no questions to administration, maybe we can bring it forward and carry on with it.
Mr. Mayor, it's Jamie here. That was specifically selected because it has to happen after the.
Oh, that's why it was selected?
It has to happen after 311.
Oh, I see. They're not cross-referenced, but they're tied.
But it kind of cascades off of it. So
okay, well,
it's not that it can't be passed.
Well, I was just trying to manage the agenda. Well, if lawyer is not going to help me do it, it's fine. Yeah. Sorry, Jamie. No, trying to speed up things, but okay. Well, then we'll carry on with our as planned. We'll see how it goes. Then we'll see. Might have to postpone a few items. We'll see how it goes. Okay. We are on to item 310. Okay, we are bylaw 21193 to allow for an existing year-round 24/7 shelter to continue operating Macaulay, and we have a number of speakers on both sides, so we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Macaulay neighborhood from a direct control zone to a new direct control zone. The current DC allows for shelters, but contains a sunset clause to expire the use on July 1st, 2025. This application would remove the sunset clause, allowing the use on a permanent basis. The proposal includes administrative updates to align the DC zone with the new zoning bylaw writing standards. No changes to the allowable building height, scale, or intensity are proposed. Next slide, please. The site is located along 106th Avenue in the Macaulay neighborhood, as mentioned, and is well connected to bus service along both 95th and 97th Street. Currently, the Mustard Seed operates a 24/7 year-round shelter on the site. Next slide, please. The applicant reached out to surrounding residents through the pre-notification process. They received 2 responses, both in opposition. Concerns included the negative impact the shelter is having on nearby homes and businesses, property taxes being used to fund emergency shelters, and a desire to secure nearby properties. Through administration-led engagement, we received 10 responses in opposition. Respondents shared a variety of concerns, including increasing challenges in the area of crime, the concentration of emergency shelters and support services in Macaulay, the protection of safety, security, and health for surrounding people and property, an accumulation of waste and noise associated with shelters, such as sirens and yelling. Next slide, please. Administration recognizes that there are potential land use impacts to surrounding neighbors, such as improper waste disposal, noise, and sirens from emergency response. However, administration weighed the impacts against the application's alignment with policy. The inclusive and compassionate Big City Move has a goal that nobody is in core housing need and that there is no chronic or episodic homelessness in Edmonton. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It allows for the continued operation of a year-round shelter, and the proposed zone is compatible in scale with the existing surrounding development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll go to folks in favor. I will call your names, so please come down. If you're in person, Linda Campers, please come down. You'll be just answer questions only, but just come down. You'll be seating number 1. Tricia Smith joining remotely.
Yes, Mayor, I'm online.
Thank you. Shauna Chasney Chauvet in person. Please come down. Jasmine Nath to answer questions only. Just come down just in case if there are questions, please. Jacob Van Nest to answer questions only.
I'm online.
Online, okay. James Gardner, mustard seed in person to speak, right? Okay. Megan Schuring, mustard seed in person to speak. Okay. Samantha Lowe to answer questions only, joining remotely.
I'm here, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Each of you will have 5 minutes to, those who are speaking will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. We will start with Tricia Smith.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Mayor Soe, Council members. My name is Tricia Smith. I'm the Executive Director for Radius Community Health and Healing. Next slide, please. According to the planning report for this hearing, the concerns raised by housed residents and business owners in the area are largely focused on crime, disorder, and public substance use. We agree that those challenges exist in this community. Radius's main clinic is 2 blocks away from the Mustard Seed Central location, and we have similar challenges. That said, those challenges existed long before the Mustard Seed Central began operations. I also want to remind us all that the people who use the services at the Seed didn't get a voice in this process. Most of them either don't know this is happening, don't understand what it means, or don't have a mechanism to engage in it. Please remember that it's their community too. We want to be their voice as much as possible in discussing this issue. I want to be very clear. Radius and the Seed want to be part of the solution to these challenges. We cannot fix it all, but our goal is to provide supports that help mitigate these challenges, both directly and indirectly. While we appreciate that there are processes to follow, we are left wondering if rezoning is the mechanism to resolve the issues that have been raised by the community. Next slide, please. In the last couple of years, there's been an increase in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness in Edmonton, and there have been changes to access to drop-in services. For example, Boyle Street closed their site near Rogers Place while construction is not complete on their new site. Earlier this spring, due to funding challenges, the Bissell Centre changed their operations approach and no longer has a drop-in community space. In January 2024, intentional work began to dismantle encampments. All this has led to more transient individuals with fewer places to go during the day. Unfortunately, there has not been a sufficient increase in the supply or variety of housing options at the same time. So many people have no alternatives to homelessness. Housed community members and business owners get upset when they see people roaming the street, but then continue to complain about alternatives provided by social agencies. The best option is permanent housing, but as I've already said, there are insufficient affordable and supportive housing options for people in great need. We know shelters are not a housing solution. We need to do better, and we are all trying. Next slide, please. City Council members have spoken publicly many times about the need for 24/7 shelter options in Edmonton. We have that at the central site, but it's being challenged. If this rezoning is not approved, we cancel this service with no clear path to getting another one stood up. In the absence of appropriate housing and supports for people to safely stay housed, shelters offer a place for people to go and a place to access much needed supports. The Mustard Seed Central not only offers 24/7 sheltering, food, etc., but it is the only shelter that also offers this level of healthcare, the Respite to Recovery program, with a walk-in clinic operated by a health organization with 45 years experience operating in this neighborhood. Being connected to Radius Community Health and Healing means we can assist people with health and social needs even after they leave the shelter. This location connects people to supports for the long term. Again, this is their community too. Just because they don't have a house to live in doesn't make it any less their community. This is where many of them grew up, whether we like to see it and admit it or not. Thinking that they should or will just leave the community if the service is removed is short-sighted, especially if there's insufficient time to relocate to an equally accessible area in the city. Similarly, thinking that the challenges facing the community will disappear if this service is removed is unrealistic. No other uses have time limitations in the current DC zone. Why is it okay to put 2 nonprofit organizations in this position? Allowing the rezoning approval to expire with the current sunset clause removes extremely valuable services from the community and fractures the trust built between the Seed, Radius, and the people we serve. Putting a timeline on another approval puts the organizations operating the programs in a precarious position without operational stability for our employees and the citizens we serve. Radius is in support of approving the rezoning application without a new sunset clause to allow the continued and permanent operations of this much needed resource. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Shauna Chesney-Chauvet. Can you turn your mic, please?
Thank you, Mayor Soe and council members. My name is Shauna Chesney-Chauvet, and I'm the Director of Clinical Operations at Radius Community Health and Healing. Next slide. Just a reminder, Radius is a community health center and has been operating in Edmonton's Boyle-McCauley area for 45 years. Our mission is to serve populations and individuals who face multiple barriers to accessing health services. Next slide, please. One of the many programs Radius operates is Respite to Recovery, which is a successful partnership with Radius, Mustard Seed, and AHS providing nurse-led healthcare in a shelter environment. This program is needed for 2 key reasons. First, it is a bridge for individuals needing medical care and are not sick enough to stay in hospital, but not yet well enough to be unsupported in the community. Secondly, Respite to Recovery is that soft place to land that offers not only healthcare but also wraparound supports. Why Radius? We provide this program because healthcare is our area of expertise and we know this community. We are part of this community. Next slide, please. The Mustard Seed offers a design that meets the needs of our program. It is where individuals that need the service are located. Ultimately, the program needs to be embedded in a 24/7 staff shelter setting. Without the after-hours support of the SEED, Respite to Recovery cannot succeed. Our clients are not well enough and not yet resourced enough to be on their own. Next slide, please. I want to quickly share the impact that Respite to Recovery has on the healthcare system, the community, and on individuals. Our ongoing program evaluation demonstrates that we are lessening the burden on our acute care system, including inpatient and emergency departments, which in turn improves healthcare accessibility for all Edmontonians. Since our inception, we have had 473 admissions, and of those, 187 people were admitted directly from the community. In other words, people living in the community needed this support, and without us, they would have been in an emergency department, in a hospital bed, or worse, left to suffer on the street. Our drop-in clinic supported 693 people. These are community members that came to us for first aid, assessment, medication support, wound care, and more. Without Respite to Recovery, these same people will either seek care at emergency departments, or sadly, they'll just not seek care. Of those without a connection to primary care, we were able to connect over 40% of them to a primary care provider, and we all know that when we're connected to primary care, we reduce emergency room usage. Lastly, Respite to Recovery is successfully finding housing for 26% of our clients, and that number is climbing every month. Next slide, please. Finally, I want to share two examples of how Respite to Recovery, in partnership with the Mustard Seed and AHS, is making a difference. Mr. C. He has lived in the area and has been a Radius client since 2006. He struggles with mental health issues, addictions, and usually has preferred to be houseless. He's been readmitted a few times to Respite to Recovery for frostbite wounds, and each time gathers more supports and feels more trust. During his most recent admission, he's addressing his health needs and is now working with our team to actively find permanent housing. Supporting our clients is often 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, but our program is part of the solution to help clients take those steps. Second example is Mr. L. He's lived in the area for more than 7 years. He badly injured his hand working a temporary job, and at that time had no health care. His hand injury worsened and became terribly infected, and he couldn't work. A vicious cycle. We admitted him for 45 days, and while he was with us, his hand healed. He obtained ID, Alberta Healthcare, a primary care provider. We helped him attend all appointments and found him housing 5 minutes away. He continues to come to our walk-in clinic for his health needs. He's a huge success. This program, the team, and the partnership is an innovative solution, and we want to thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to James Gardner. Oops. Yeah, James Gardner. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council. My name is James Gardner. I'm the CEO of the Mustard Seed. Next slide, please. And so I would fully agree with the comments from Radius. We have a really special partnership here that's high functioning, and I thank my colleagues for their comments. You can see the entry on the screen there of both sites. We have not been able to replicate this partnership in the 7 other cities that we operate in. It's a very special relationship. Next slide, please. So just a quick bit about the Mustard Seed. We have operated here since 1987. We operate 11 to 12 shelters throughout Western Canada. And if you skip to the next slide, you'll see our history of operating shelters here in Edmonton. We stepped up significantly during COVID and operated a number of shelters. And today we are currently operating 2 shelters, one in Strathcona, which is 45 beds, and then Central, which we're here to talk to you about today, which is 124 beds. Next slide, please. It is a behavior-based shelter. It's a dry facility in terms of no alcohol or drug usage on site, but the folks that use the shelter do not have to be sober to access the shelter. It's not a drop-in facility. It's not permanent housing. It's not a safe consumption site. It's a 24/7 shelter. So far this year in 2025, we've had 394 different people, unique individuals we refer to them as, that have used this site. Next slide, please. You can see on here some of the services. So it's 3 meals a day. there's lockers, there's hygiene products, there's showers, a much-needed service for people that don't have a house to live in that's their own. We have highly trained trauma-informed staff, and we have very, very strong staffing ratios. Next slide, please. And so the philosophy of the Mustard Seed with our shelters is we operate housing-focused shelters. And so our goal is to get a certain percentage of our shelter residents housed each and every month. In the case of Central Shelter, that number is 10%. And so 10% of the residents each and every month are being housed out of this shelter. And so that will be 10% this month. It'll be 10% next month if this application is approved, and every month going after. It's part of the solution. Next slide, please. This gives you a sense as to the layout. So the shelter has a private woman-only area. It's a secure location with secure access, and then the recovery program, medical recovery program with Radius is on the main floor. We've recently actually made some changes based on input from Councillor Stevenson in terms of how we provided more dignity and privacy on the main floor. Next slide, please. Ensure our staffing ratios there and the training aspects that our staff have. I'd like to read a story about an individual here in the final time that I have. I'll use the term they and them to protect their privacy. They first came to the Mustard Seed Central Shelter on February the 14th of this year. When they arrived with us, they were really struggling with where they were currently at in their life versus where they wanted to be. They were very guarded, and they found it challenging to connect with others despite staff continually trying to build a rapport with them. With staff consistently greeting them in the morning check-ins at the start of every shift, they gradually began to trust and open up and confide in staff about their current battle with their mental health and addiction. They had been on their recovery journey for quite some time, but they stated that they had never felt that they had the proper support in place or the guidance that they were seeking that would enable them to be successful. Staff had many discussions with them about what recovery looks like for them and what had been helpful in their past. Staff helped them make a recovery plan, research different programs and facilities that aligned with what they needed and what they were wanting for themselves. Staff discussed their triggers, how to cope with what they would do when they encountered their triggers. Staff developed a relapse crisis plan with them, encouraged them to journal when their feelings were working against them. Staff then, the individual was then accepted into the George Spady program for detox, and there's a plan in place to move to the Poundmakers Lodge upon completion. And this individual has left our shelter, and the comment from our staff, it's been a privilege to get to know them, and we're all very excited to see where they go on the next step. This is an example of what happens at this shelter, where we build trust. You need the shelter to build trust. We build trust with the individuals. Our staff and Radius do an excellent job in doing that, and the goal is to get them housed, which is done in this case to exactly what our plan is. And so our ask is that you approve our motion without a expiry date. It makes it very difficult operationally for us to be able to hire and maintain staff when there's a known expiry date on the usage of our site. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for joining us. Next, we will go to Megan Schuring.
Hello, Mayor Sohi and Council. Thank you for having us. I'll continue on if we can go to the next slide. So I want to talk about safety in and around Central Shelter. One of the concerns that we've heard from House community members and local businesses is the issue of safety, particularly related to frequent sirens, as well as calls for service from EPS and EMS. In 2024, EMS calls made up the majority of our calls for service. A total number of EMS calls for the year was 226. This is 56% of our total calls. Next slide, please. This slide shows data from the EPS crime maps focusing on crime in the community surrounding Central, from 2022 before our opening to the current stats provided for 2024. As you can see, this data reflects that there's been no increase in crime in the neighborhoods surrounding Central. There are slight variations in the types of crime, however, these are small. This reflects the joint efforts of the Edmonton Police Service, not-for-profits, help teams, and Central staff and Radius in supporting unhoused Edmontonians in reaching goals such as housing, wellness, and community. Next slide. One of our core values at the Mustard Seed is open and transparent communication. Considering this, we have completed extensive community engagement around Central since the time we were made aware of the possibility of our moving into the space, and we continue to do so each year. We keep the housing community in the loop as what's going on, and on the slide you can see a breakdown of our engagement since our opening. Next slide. In 2023, before opening, we heard from the community when we did community engagement from housed residents that they did not want to have lineups. In response, we hired a security guard to monitor and manage the outdoor space of our property. In March 2025, litter was flagged as an issue. As of May 9th, we've started a weekly litter crew to collect litter 1 day per week and continue staff patrols for cleanup. Also during our March community engagement, concerns about sirens were raised. EPS stats determined that most calls were medical and required a 911 ambulance response. There were some concerns raised about people gathering outside of Central in the mornings. As a 24/7 shelter, guests can remain on site. Outdoor presence often includes individuals smoking or getting some air after breakfast. As well, the main floor has 30 beds reserved for the Radius R2R program. If unused by 10 p.m., they're open to walk-ins for the night. These guests have to leave in the morning, as the beds are needed to be freed up for Radius clients. Guests who occupy these beds are given a breakfast bag and must leave the shelter that morning. Next slide. In efforts to continuously improve communication, we are installing a new concept in our Kenora site. We are setting up a community liaison committee as a means of keeping contact with community members on an ongoing basis. People can apply and are selected from the community to sit at this table. This committee could be comprised of business leaders, neighbors, people with lived experience, police, and TMS staff. These meetings are to be held quarterly. We will use this trial period in Kenora to learn what works best and what doesn't, and then establish this community liaison committee in the Boyle-McCauley area as a second site for this type of continuous conversation with community members, housed and unhoused. Next slide. Our commitments are to operating with dignity and safety at the core, being accountable to our community, supporting guests in stabilization and housing, and listening and responding to our neighbors. Since January 2024, Central has housed 165 people with a 98% retention rate, which is evidenced by the Housing First workers. By combining on-site advocacy with Radius Health Services, we meet immediate needs: safe shelter, access to basic necessities and meals, healthcare and wellness supports, and pathways to housing, all of which help individuals move out of shelter and towards housing independence and wellness. The latest data from the point-in-time count for the City of Edmonton reports 3,902 people experiencing homelessness in our city and reflects the need for these services. At present, these are the people who are living on the streets in this area. They are not coming from far away. Other areas of the city are facing these same issues. We would like to replicate this model in other communities, but for now, we're making a meaningful impact right here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the presentations. Now we will go to questions from council members. Councillor Stevenson, you exempted this. You want to start?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really, just want to, first of all, say thank you for the work that you do, and really appreciate you bringing some of those stories forward today into the conversation. I think there's a lot of themes, and I'll have some questions for our city staff as well. But maybe just as a starting point, just to again understand sort of what some of the constraints or opportunities might be. But over the past 2 years, knowing that this expiration date was there, did you have an opportunity to explore alternate sites where such a program could potentially be delivered?
James Gardner, I can speak to that, Councillor Stevenson. Yes, we have a real estate agent that works for us, and so we engaged that real estate agent to canvass a number of sites. There was not a successful site identified that was remotely cost effective, and so we don't have alternative sites to operate this out of.
Okay, and was that the main barrier, just in terms of cost? Like, I just want to make sure it wasn't zoning barriers or things like that. It was really just down to the cost piece.
That was the first hurdle, was cost. Zoning would have been the second hurdle. Having been in this business, we operate out of 29 sites. I can tell you that zoning is always a barrier in what we do, and so yes, that would have been the second barrier that we would have had to deal with. Yes.
Okay, well, and I'll follow up with administration just in terms of the opportunity in some of our new standard zones. And then apologies, can you remind me, actually, I don't suppose that's a relevant land use consideration. Okay. I think something that I want to explore further is just, you know, the line between emergency shelter and transitional housing. And I think that the success stories that you spoke to really seemed to, a common theme was that continuous stay, and that opportunity to build relationship. So presently, you mentioned that there are some beds on the main floor, the walk-ins after 10 p.m., so they're required to leave. Is everyone else able to stay for extended periods of, not extended, but a period of time on sort of a continuous stay basis? They're not having to re-register or hope for a room each night. Is that the case?
They are, each day they can re-register for the next night. They can say, I plan to be here that evening, so they have no stressors over where they're going to stay that night. Definitely. They can come and go. They have appointments. They have different things that they do during the day. And yeah, so that the length of stay varies for different people. Sometimes they need medical help before they can even get into the frame of mind for housing. Sometimes they need like ID or to get on AISH or to get on Alberta Works, those kind of things. So those all take time. And people, believe it or not, you know how tired everyone is when you have no sleep.
Yeah,
Once you get some sleep under your belt, it's a lot easier to make some of those decisions and move forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's very helpful, and I think I'll delve into some of those finer points with our staff when we get to them. But thank you again all so much for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Yeah. So I heard you said it's not a drop-in shelter, but there's few people who do drop in. What percentage would that be? That you have to move, say, ask them to move out in the morning? Because I heard that too, that you ask some people to move.
So we have 60 beds on the main floor.
Yeah.
30 of those are reserved for Radius clients.
Yeah.
But if those aren't filled up by 10 p.m., we open it up to other folks.
Oh, I see.
And those people do have to leave the next morning. We give them a breakfast bag, they leave, and because Radius needs those spots for their
Got it.
Yeah.
So am I understanding correctly then that the vast majority of the folks that you serve, once they're able to, or effort is to connect them to whatever services are available, or try to kind of give them rest, and through respite, try to connect them to some form of service and recovery?
That's correct. Our goal is, it's a housing-focused shelter, so it's a 24/7 housing-focused shelter. So our conversations, and perhaps Linda, you would like to speak to that, Linda Kempers, about those conversations and how we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the first, so those beds that we fill at 10 p.m. are generally about 7 to 10 per night. So it's not a large number that have to leave at 7 o'clock in the morning, because there's not a lot of beds open in the R2R program. So it's about 7 to 10 people. And for sure, our goal is to connect them to resources as soon as they come in. Sometimes in that one story, it's stabilizing them a little bit in their mental health, or they have to sleep. Generally, people are moving out at about 4 or 5 months. But generally, some people who have some more complex needs, we're going to see them closer to that 6 to 8 month to be able to stabilize. And that doesn't mean they're staying in the shelter every night. Sometimes they will stay there for 3 or 4 days. We won't see them for a week. Then they'll come back for another 4 or 5 days. And then kind of over that time, then we'll start to see them stabilize and stay more consistently. And then we're able to really connect them to supports in the community and help them find housing.
Got it. So another question, clarifying question I have is, you identify number of beds in each of the floors, right? These are like, we just want to understand what kind of setting it is, right? Is it a cot? Is it a mat on the floor? Is it what is it?
We have bunk beds.
Bunk beds?
And then in our main floor that we have to flip the space over, then we have cots.
Okay, got it. Okay. I think there was, Tricia, you mentioned that rezoning is the wrong mechanism. And this was the approval was given for a couple of years. You made the effort, and were not successful. And these are the folks who live in the community. Only difference is that some are housed, other people are housed. These folks are not housed, but they are part of the community. So what does forced displacement do to people?
So, yeah, my comment, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. My comment was that, wondering if rezoning is the way to address the challenges that are being expressed by the community, such as the crime, et cetera.
Okay,
And I think,
got it.
yeah, so I can certainly answer your question about what I think forced displacement also does. It certainly disperses a community that's built a sense of trust with those around them and the services that are in that community. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Because I've been thinking about this too. I know city has a strategy of decentralization of the shelters, emergency shelters, but I've been my thinking has been kind of evolving around this too, right? What impact actually does that have on the people, right? So, and their well-being. That's why I'm posing this question. Can you speak more to the 24/7 support? Is that the respite to recovery? That's the only support, or are there other supports available?
So the rest, I'll talk about respite to recovery, but then I'll defer to the mustard seed team for the 24/7 piece. So the respite to recovery is Monday to Friday from like around 8 to 5 from a nurse-led support perspective. The other supports that happen are mustard seed focused, the 24/7 pieces.
I'll come back for the second round because I'm running out of time. So I'll take the chair back, and we will stop here because we're getting close to break time, and we will be back at yes. So we'll stop here. We'll be back at 6 o'clock to carry on with the conversation. But in the meantime, Jonathan, we don't think we have this item. Then we have number of speakers on 311, and then other 312, 1314 are tied to the first one, and we might be able to deal with 3.2 and 3.243 and probably 325 and 326, 327, 328 are postponed. Cromdale 1, don't know if we'll get to that one. 3-2, Ottawa, I don't think so. Then 3-2, 3-4, maybe, I don't know if I'm way too, I just want to get a sense. I don't think we'll get to Newton. I don't think we'll get to Newton. Maybe start with that, postponing that one first. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll move to postpone.
I don't want to make people wait here, then disappoint them to, yeah. Okay, let's do that first.
Sorry, can you clarify which item?
We're going to postpone 3.36.
Second.
Okay, I'll move that we postpone 3.36.
There's no speakers, so if we get to it, we get to it. We don't.
3.32.
3.32?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are postponing 3.32 as well as 3.36.
And I'm gonna include 3.30 and 3.31. I know there's folks who are waiting around for that, and it's gonna be really tight and close, so
Okay.
just to give certainty.
Okay, so 3.30, 3.31, Jonathan, 3.32.
And clarifying to the August 18th meeting as well.
Yeah, when is the next public hearing, and then July.
So it is June 30th. We're just not expecting there to be room even.
No, June 30th is totally different conversation, right? So, okay, and July 3rd is a public hearing. There's no public hearing on July 3rd.
No, not at the moment, and I
No.
don't know if we will have.
No, yeah.
Yeah, with the
So
overflow
we will
that
be
we're-
August, whatever the next
August
public hearing is, August.
So point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just told that, I'm just trying to figure this out. Councillor Rice, I'll come to you.
No, 3.22 is deal with together with 3.33 and 24. So are you going to post the three of them? That is my echo point.
Which one?
3.22 actually dealing with together with 3.23, 3.24. Are you going to postpone three of them?
No, we
So
are not
that is
postponing those. We are not postponing those. Yeah,
Because they are dealing together.
yeah, we are not postponing those.
I heard you are going to postpone 3.22.
No, we are not. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So which date, sorry, Jonathan?
I think it has to be to August 18th.
August 18th?
Yeah.
Okay. And Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Salvador, can you read into the record what are we postponing so everyone is clear?
Yes. So 3.30 and 3.31, which are dealt with together. So those are the Cromdale items.
Yeah.
3.32, which is Otwell, and 3.36, which is Newton.
Yeah, okay. There's no meeting on. That is the backup date for. What is on June 30th, Clerk?
Just a moment.
That's the Urban Planning Committee.
On June 30th, we have the items that were discussed at the June 3rd Urban
Yeah.
Planning Committee, but we will
Yeah.
have most likely referred items as well that, so
Yeah.
there will have to be some agenda
Yeah.
management.
Yeah, there's no room on that, August 18th, okay. All right, so please, any questions on it? Councillor Wright?
No, I'm on the board for the question.
Okay, Councillor Cartmel on the, postponements?
No, I'm on the board for the item.
Got it. Councillor Jans, postponements? Okay. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, I think from an agenda, I hear you that June 30th might be full. We are in the process of trying to schedule another meeting right now, so I think from a agenda management, it would be best to move these to June 30th with the understanding that council is trying to create another day before recess. So I don't know if the mover set a date, but I would actually hope if the mover has moved a motion, they would say June 30th, noting that council's working to find an additional overflow day.
If I may provide that clarity, I did not say a date, and I will say June 30th with the understanding that we are working towards July 3rd.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Would that work to administration, to clerk?
Maybe I'll let admin answer too, but my understanding is even if we do have a July 3rd that we're working towards, it wouldn't work either. Like, we already are full on June 30th, even with the overflow.
But is administration finding a date, an additional date for public hearing?
We haven't been asked yet.
Where? What's in the chat? The
So
chat is not public dialogue.
Are you asking us now?
Yes, I'm
Is that what's
asking you now.
happening?
Yes. Yeah.
We can do that. We can find a new date.
You will be finding a new date sometime.
We can look.
In the
Yes,
month of.
certainly.
Month
Yeah.
of August or before the break?
We can work with city clerks to the best of our ability.
Okay, so let's, with this, I just don't want to give people the impression that they'll be here on June 30th, then sit around, then send back again, right? So that's why, can we say future date? Or maybe we have to give a date, right?
Mr. Mayor, if you say future date, you'll have to re-advertise each
Oh, I
date.
see, okay. Okay, we'll do June 30th with the understanding that we're going to be finding a date then.
I think Clerk Jacobson would like to weigh in.
Okay, Nancy, go ahead.
Mayor Sohi and Council, so just to be clear, June 30th is a very full day already. It's
Yeah.
scheduled till 9 p.m.
Yeah.
We are working with your offices right now to see if we have availability on the 3rd, but these items may continue. Postponing these items to August at this point would be the more viable option because it does look like we are going to be very full on that day, but it is council's decision.
Yep. Okay. August B. Yeah. Okay. 17. Sorry, Councillor Rutherford.
I think that there's a request from the clerk to just hold off to vote on this until after the break, but I think the intention of the postponement for speakers that are on the list for those items is understood before the dinner break.
Yeah.
But I think
We'll come back. So I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So folks who are here to speak on 3.30, 3.31, 3.32, 3.36, we would not be hearing from you today, unfortunately. So sorry that you had to wait. We will be postponing those items, but to which date we will come back and sort it out before we adjourn today. Okay? We are on recess until 6.